Hey YouTube, I am Kishan, and in this video we are going to create this amazing Pokedex from scratch using the Poke API. So we are going to use React, Redux Toolkit, Typescript, SCSS, and we are also going to deploy this website at the end on the Netlify for free. So now let me show you the features of our application. So this is the Pokemon page, and so here we have the Pokemon info, so the evolution level, the name, then we have the battle stats of the Pokemon, then we have the types of the Pokemon, and then when we click over this button, see next evolution, it will show you the different evolution level that this Pokemon has. And when we click over any of that Pokemon, then it will show you the evolution of that Pokemon. You can see that the evolution level is 3 here. So now there are here different tabs, and there are also this accent color here. If we go to evolution and click on Bulbasaur, you can see that it picks up the most dominant color from the Pokemon's image and set it to the accent color. Now let's head over to catching, and you can see the catching information of that Pokemon. You can also see the capable moves of that Pokemon. Now let me show you a different Pokemon. So for example, let's select this, and you can see that the color of the accents are changed. So the most dominant color was this. So according to that, all of the colors are changing. Now let's head over to search again, and this time I'm going to select a different Pokemon. Let's select Pikachu. Yeah. Now we can also add this Pokemon to compare with different Pokemons. So this is the compare page, and you can see that this is the Raichu and this Pichu. So this is a queue, by the way. We have implemented a queue data structure. So if I add one more Pokemon here, so you can see that Raichu was maintained and Pichu was removed, and in the front of the queue we have this another Pokemon. So these are the types of the Pokemon and the strength and weakness, so you can compare it. And if you click on this view button, it will redirect to the Pokemon page, and you can see more information about this Pokemon. You can also see the capable moves. Now let's head over to the compare, and when I will remove this Pokemon from the queue, it will remove this, and we have this empty component here. When we click over this, we can again add the Pokemon. So I'm gonna add this Pokemon to compare list. You can see that queue is being maintained. Now let's view this Pokemon. You can also see that accent colors are maintained everywhere. Evolution, Sceptile, compare, that's it. Now what is the other functionality here is the My List page. This page is created with Firebase functionality. So we have to log in with Firebase to maintain your own collection. When we click over this, a pop-up window will appear, and it will sign up with your current Google account, and then it will grab all your Pokemons that are in your Firestore database. So for example, I'll add this Pokemon to the database, and you can see that we have this beautiful toast notifications that Pokemon was added to your collection. Delete the Pokemon, delete this Pokemon, and we have the toast notifications. Let's log out the user, and when we add this Pokemon, then it will say that please log in order to add Pokemon to your collection. Again, log in with Google. Now if we add this Pokemon, it will show that Sceptile added to your collection. Now if we click this Pokemon again, then it will show that Sceptile is already part of your collection. That's it. And we also have this search page here, and if we can search the Pokemons here by their names. And by the way, this functionality utilizes the debouncing functionality of JavaScript to reduce the number of API calls that are made to the server. Now we also have this about page here, which will show you the about information, and if we click over this, you will be redirected to my GitHub, and head over to this React Pokedex, and you can get the source code of this React Pokedex. And if you are here, please make sure to start this repository. It helps me a lot. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Before proceeding further, please make sure that you like this video and subscribe to my channel. That helps me a lot, and you can also contribute to me by going to my YouTube and joining on any of the membership. It would help me a lot and I can create content more frequently. So now let's talk about Zego Cloud's interactive whiteboard for collaborations and education called Superboard. With Superboard, you have access to a variety of drawing tools, erasers, text, laser point, screenshot, redo, undo, and more. These features allow you to create visually appealing and organized whiteboards with ease. You can also use the shape tools to create straight lines and rectangles and circles. One of the most exciting features of Superboard is its ability to support recording video, whiteboard, and screen sharing synchronously. This allows you to share ideas and collaborate with others in real time, no matter where you are in the world. In addition, Superboard also supports adding images on your whiteboard and drawing, zooming in, and moving the images. This is particularly useful when you need to refer to specific images or diagrams during your collaborative sessions. Overall, Superboard is a must tool for anyone who needs to collaborate with others online. So this is the Zego Cloud Superboard tool. So we can draw here onto the canvas. We can also write some text here. Then we can also erase this text with the eraser tool. And we can also have the snapshot of the whiteboard. You can also add custom graphics into the board. You can also invite collaborators to this Superboard via this button invite. You can also add images to the canvas and draw onto them. So yeah, these are some advanced tools for your whiteboard. To access more tools, please visit the URL provided in the description of the video to access a set of more powerful tools for your online collaboration needs. As a special offer, you can get 10,000 free minutes to use these tools and explore even more features. So now let's get started with the base setup. I've opened a new VS Code terminal, a VS Code instance and a new terminal in it, and I'm gonna head over to this URL, reduxtoolkit.js.org, and I'm gonna copy this command, this one, for creating the template of Typescript and Redux Toolkit. I'll just copy this and head over to VS Code, paste it here, change the name of our app. This is gonna be Pokedex. Hit enter, and now it will start creating our React application. Yes. Wait for this to complete. While this is being done, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. It helps me a lot. Let's do one thing. While this is being set up, we are going to download the assets. So for assets, I have this URL which is provided in the description of the YouTube video. Hit enter, and this would automatically grab the assets from my GitHub repository and download it. So there are more than 2000 assets because of all the Pokemon images. We have just downloaded it from the Poke API and stored it inside our GitHub repository because these images are broken sometimes. So I just move ahead and downloaded this into my own GitHub repository. So this was a more safer way. So let's wait for this to complete. If it gets stuck, yeah, I think it's stuck. We need to reload this. Okay, so this has been downloaded, and what I'm going to do is I'm gonna grab this assets inside our this Pokedex folder, and here I'm gonna extract the files here. I'm gonna delete this zip file, and yeah, just wait for our application to set up. Let's wait for that. Okay, so the setup is complete, and what I'm gonna do is I'll open this source, move this asset directory inside the source, and I'm gonna move into the Pokedex and okay, cd Pokedex, yeah, that's it. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna install some dependencies inside of our React application. So the first one is gonna be React icons. So we are gonna use some icons inside our project. So this package is for that, React icons. Then as we are going to use the Firebase for logging and storing the Pokemon data, so we are also gonna download the Firebase package, hit enter. Also, I just forgot to install the SAS package. I will also do that. Let's wait for these packages to be installed and we'll do that. So there are pretty more packages that we may need. I just forgot it. Let's wait for this to complete and we'll install them. Okay, so the packages have been installed. Now let's add other packages. So first is SAS for the SCSS files. Then we need the React Toastify package for toast notifications, React Toastify. Then we also need React Router DOM for routing. Then do we need any other package? Yeah, we also need Axios for API calling. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Hit enter and let's wait for this to install. Okay. React Toastify was not found. Okay, I made a mistake. So the spelling is React Toastify. That's it. Now let's start our application by yarn start. Let's close both of these. Wait for the app to compile. Yeah, it's here. Let's do one thing. Let's remove all of this clutter code. So I'm gonna head over here inside the app. Let's remove this counter reducer first. Remove. After this, save this, and we are gonna delete this features folder. Continue. We also don't need this app.css, app.test.tsx, and we don't need this index. Let's keep it for now. Delete this logo.svg. Web vitals are also not needed. Setup tests are also not needed. We need this file. This is for Typescript, and this is not deleted. Let's do it one more time. Yeah, that was deleted. Let's remove this directory. Yeah, it's been deleted. Now let's head over to app.tsx, remove all of this code, and I will create the new component by rfce. Hit enter. Inside the index.tsx, I'm gonna remove this web vitals import and a function that is called here. Now again, we are gonna remove the strict mode. We don't need this for this project. And let's refresh. Yeah, all of the clutter code is removed. Let's check it once more, folks. So this is the dispatch and selector method for the Redux Toolkit. This is the store assets. We have our Pokemons here. Then index.css. Let's remove this code and let's set up our base files. So first, inside the source directory, we'll have a components directory. All of the components would be inside this directory. After that, we have an pages directory. So all of the pages are gonna inside here, and we have some sections inside our application. So it's not the thumb rule to follow these kind of structure. I'm just following these as a part of best practices. Now, new folder utils, all of our utility codes would be inside this, and we also need an SCSS folder. That's pretty much it. And let's do one thing. Let's create components inside, not components, pages inside the pages directory. So inside the pages, I'm gonna have about.tsx. After that, I'm gonna have search.tsx. Let's create the components also by rfce. That's it. Let's head over to here and create compare.tsx rfce. Okay, rfce. Now pokemon.tsx rfce, and what's left is the mylist page, mylist.tsx, again rfce. That's it. We have error inside the pokemon.tsx. Why is that? Okay, I didn't save this. It should work now. Yeah, we don't have any error. Now what I'm gonna do is, first I'm gonna create the background of here, the Pokemon images, Pokeball images, and then we are gonna create this structure. This is the navbar, this is the footer, and this is a wrapper component. So that's a reusable component and a higher order component. All of our component would be going inside of this. So yeah, let's proceed to create that. So now let's head over to app.tsx. Inside of here, I'm gonna give this div a class name of main container, and let's create some components. So one is going to be navbar.tsx rfce, and we want a footer.tsx. Give this rfce. We also need wrapper.tsx. This is going to also have rfce. That's it. Save, and inside of app.tsx, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have an div with the class name of app, and inside of that I will have our navbar component, the wrapper component, and the footer component. That's pretty much it. Now inside the SCSS, not before that, I would like to create one more component, which is the background component. So inside the components, I'm going to create a component name is background.tsx. Hit rfce. Gonna import Pokeball images, Pokeball1 from assets, and this is going to be pokeball1.png. Let's copy this, paste it, and Control D, not Control E, sorry. This is going to be Pokeball2, and this would be Pokeball2. That's it. Now this div has a class name of background. Let's remove this background text, and instead of that we'll have image, and the source would be Pokeball1, and the alternate text would be Pokeball. Let's provide a class name of Pokeball1, not Pokeball1. So this is going to be a generalized class name of Pokeball, and another would be Pokeball1. Now let's copy this, paste it. This is going to be Pokeball2, and this is going to be Pokeball 2. Now copy both of these image and paste it 2 times and change the classes respectively as 3, 4, 5 and 6. Save this. Head over to app.tsx, and before this app I'm gonna import that background here. Now let's save and head over to browser. So yeah, we have a structure which is something like this. So what we are going to do is we are going to have the main container as the position relative and give this a position of absolute, these pokeballs, and size them into a grid like we have done here. And on top of that we will have this one, our app component. So this is app dev. So on top of that we have everything here. So let's do that. So inside the SCSS, first I'm gonna create index.scss, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna follow the same structure like I did for the components. So here first we will create a base folder for base stylings. Inside SCSS we also have components for all the component styling. Then we have pages for pages styling. Then we have sections, and the last one is gonna be the utils. This is going to be a folder, not file. Utils. And what we will do is inside of every these folder we need an index.scss file. So new file, index.scss. Let's see if we can copy this. Copy and paste. Yeah, we can do that. Paste, paste and paste. So I think we made a mistake. So this is not index.scss. We are going to use partials. So this has to be underscore index.scss. Let's do, we can rename these files as underscore index.scss. Okay, we are not able to do that. Let's do that manually. Underscore 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 and underscore again. Now let's import all of these inside index.scss. So first we are gonna import the utils, then we will import the base semicolon, copy this, paste, paste and paste. Let's just change this to components, change this to sections. This is going to be pages. That's it. Now inside the components I'm gonna create a background.scss. So this is underscore background.scss. Make sure that you use underscore at the beginning of the files, because all of these imports are partials and we have to follow that structure. So inside the background.scss I'm gonna have the background class, and I will try to split this window so you can see what's going on. Background, let's first give this a z index of -1 because we need it like stacked. So for that, then we will have position absolute. We will provide a max height attribute of 100 viewport height. Then we will provide display of grid template columns of 1fr, 1fr and 1fr, and then we will provide a gap of 2 rem. Oh, the images are not okay, so the styles are not being applied because we forgot to import this inside our app.tsx. So I'm gonna import the SCSS, and this is going to index.scss. Let me check if I did it correct. Okay, that's correct. Index.scss. Now let's head over to index.scss and just give a body of background color of red to check if things are working, and yeah, it's working. Let's remove this, and I think we also, yeah, we have to import the background inside the index.scss of components. So background.scss, and yeah, our styles have been applied. We have to resize this images, so let's head over to background.scss, and now I'm gonna select the images by img. We'll provide max inline size property to 100%. Then we will give the block size as auto and give it a height of 20 rem. And yeah, that's it. So that's perfect. Now let's do one thing. We also need this class of main container, and that is going to be inside the base directory. So let's do that. Let's head over to the base, and this is going to have an app class, app.scss. Let's import this also. Do not forget to import any of this SCSS, because if you forget to import, it won't work. App.scss. Let's head over here. Main container. We are going to give a position of relative and max width of 100 viewport width, overflow of hidden, and we are going to provide a static height of 100 viewport height. That's it. Now what we have to do is, let's check inside the app.tsx. Our background is done. Now we need this app class, so let's do that. So head over to app.scss, and now .app. First we'll give it a z index of 1 because we want it on the top of the stack. Now let's give it a background property of RGBA 4620 and 0.85. Yeah, here's our background. Now let's give it a height of 100 viewport height and a width of 100 viewport width. Yeah, it's here. We have to get rid of this styling. So for that, what we are gonna do is, we'll create a new file called new file _base.scss. Let's import this. Import base. This is on top. Make sure you are also following this. So now inside the base.scss, first what we are going to do is select the body and give it a background color of black. Yeah, this is looking good. and we'll select the star selector and get rid of this margin and by default margin and padding provided by the browser, and give it a box sizing of border box. That's it. After that, we are also going to have some fonts here for fonts here, so let's do that quickly. So I'm gonna head fonts.google.com, and we are gonna need the railway font. Railway, you can use any of the fonts that you want. I'm gonna stick to this. We need the 101, 200, 300, 400, 400 as well, 500 as well, and we need the 700 one. That's it. Dismiss, import. We need this import. I'm gonna copy this, import, and have this at the top. Now we also need this, and inside the body, not inside the body, let's give this to the star selector, font family, and I think, yeah, that should be it. Yeah, we have the fonts applied. That's it for the base styles. Let's close this, also close this tab, and head over to our app and continue with the stylings. So after this, we will give it a box shadow. I don't think a box shadow is needed. Let's drop that. Let's give it a backdrop filter of blur of 50 pixels. Yeah, we have the blur effect. Now let's do that for WebKit backdrop blur 50px. After this, we're going to give it a border of 1 pixels solid, and the color would be RGB 23 20 20 and 0.37. That's it. Now after this, we'll give it a display of grid, a grid template rows of 10 viewport height, auto, and again 10 viewport height. So what we did here, let's see this, and again after this I'll explain that in a minute. Grid template columns of 1FR, and have content here, give it a margin of 0 and 5 rem. Yeah, so we divided this into 3 sections. So here is the navbar, which has the 10 viewport height. Then we have this wrapper, which have auto viewport height, which is 80 viewport height if calculated, and at the end we have this footer, which again has the 10 viewport height, just like this. Now let's have this content. So the content would be inside the wrapper. Let me check it once again. Wrapper. Yeah, so inside the wrapper we have this content. So this has class name of content. Let's head over to app.scss. Border of 0.5 pixels, solid, RGBA 255 0.203. Yeah, we have the border here. Now after this, we'll give it a border top of none and a border bottom of none. After that, we'll provide it a height of 80 viewport height. Yeah, that's it. Now what we are gonna do is, after this, let's create our navbar first. So for that, let's head over to the navbar component, navbar section, not the component. Here, navbar, and initially I'm gonna replace this divs with nav, empty nav. Inside that we have a block which will have the Pokeball here. After that we will have an data div which will have all the links, and after that we again have a block. That's it. So for that, let's have the image here. So for that we need the Pokeball icon. So import Pokeball icon from assets Pokeball icon.png, and we also need the hamburger menu. So we are going to import it from React icons, and this is going to be GI package, and from that we need GI hamburger menu. So inside this block we'll have GI hamburger menu, and inside of here we'll have image, and the source would be Pokeball icon. Alternative text would be Pokeball icon, and after that, that's it. Let's save it, reload it. Okay, we have the image here, and I don't think the SVG would show here because we need to give it a color. So that's it. Let's proceed further and head over to this here. Inside these sections we are gonna add a new partial named as navbar.scss, and import that, import navbar.scss. Now let's head over here and style this nav display of grid template columns of 5rem auto and 5rem. Then border bottom would be 0.5 pixels, solid, RGBA 255, 255, 255, and 0.23. That's it. We have the border here, you can see that. Now let's do one thing. What we are going to do is we'll first have the block, give it a display of flex, justify content center, align item center, have the SVG here, provide it a color of white, font size of 2rem, cursor of pointer. Save this and let's check. Yeah, this is the SVG. Now let's style the image also. Image, cursor, pointer, and what we need is a height of 3rem. Everything is looking perfect. Now let's have these lines here also. So for that, what we are gonna do is, after this block here, we'll select the data, give it a border, and let's do one thing. I'm gonna copy this, paste it here, remove this border bottom. We have the border. Now let's get rid of this border bottom and border top. So for that, border top none, border bottom of none as well. It's looking great. Now let's do the same for footer, and after that our base layout would be complete. Then we will proceed to create our nav here. So let's head over to the footer section. footer and replace this with the footers. Footer, and this is going to be footer as well. This is going to be having block. After block we will have data. After data we will have block again. So in this block we will have the sign out icon. So let's import that. Import from React icons, and this is going to be from MD package. So MD outline power settings new, this one, and let's have this inside of here. MD outline power settings new. That's it. Now let's style this. So for that I'm gonna head over to the sections and gonna create a partial footer.scss, import that inside the index footer, and what I'm going to do is head over to navbar, copy all of this index and paste it, change this to footer, and I think we have to provide border top and border bottom here. And this is going to be border top. That's it. This is looking great. We don't need border top and border bottom. Yeah, that's it. Complete. It looks exactly same. Yeah, we also need to give this a red color, so let's do that. Let's head over to here, SVG, and what I'm gonna do is give this a color of E21 and B5A, and going to give this a font size of 2.5 rem. Let's check. Yeah, it's looking great. That's it. So our base layout is complete. Now we are gonna first do this navbar, and again when we click over any of these, so we are gonna have this animation like this. Initially it won't load because we have used the lazy suspense here, so it would not load the page. So that's an optimization technique, so we can deal with that. So yeah, let's do that now. So now let's create the navbar functionality. So head over to navbar.tsx, and in here first what we are going to do is I'm gonna head over to this URL just.github.com. so here all the static code that we are going to use is here, so you can just copy them. So first is navigation route, so as and when needed I'll just add the data to this data.tsx, so you can find it. So for now let's copy navigation routes from here. This URL would be in the description of the video, and paste it here, navigation routes. Now what I'm gonna do is inside of here we'll have a UL, and we are gonna do is navigation routes dot map. We want the name and route to be destructured, name route, and we are going to return link which has to be imported from React Router DOM. Make sure it is imported here, link, and this is not going to be a self-closing tag, and this link would have 2 as the route, route, and the key would be index. Index. So we also need to grab the index from here. Now inside of this we'll have the li, and inside of li we will have the name. So this is going to be this and this, name and route. That's it. Nothing complex. We just mapped over this array. So let's check inside our application. Something is broken. Console cannot destructure property. Okay. So this is something related to destructure. Let's do one thing. I'm gonna comment out these and just return an h1 hello. That's it. Let's refresh. Yeah, we have our hellos here. So what was the issue? The route is here, name is here. Let's uncomment this again and remove this hello. So link has a to property and a key property. To is a route and name. Now it's not working again. Console. Base name. What's a base name? Oh, I think I got the issue. So we haven't set up the browser router. So because of that we are having the issue. So let's do one thing. Let's head over to app.tsx, and what I'm gonna do is here we are gonna wrap this app component inside a browser router. Browser. It's not imported. I have to import it manually. Import from our RRD React Router DOM, and this is going to be browser router. Then we also need the routes and the route. That's it. Let's use that here, browser router. I'm gonna wrap the browser router inside this div. Then what I'm gonna do is, after the navbar we will have the routes. So all of the route would be inside of here. So element equals to this and path equals to search. We need to create the search component. Did we create that? Yeah, we did create that. So this is going to be search. Make sure the components are imported. Let's copy this multiple times and change it. So this is going to be my list and the route would be list. This is going to be about, and this is going to be about route and imported. This is going to be compare. Route would be compare. This last one would be Pokemon. Pokemon, and the route would be Pokemon with an query parameter as ID. Now I want a default route. So any of these routes, if a route without any of this route is hit, for example a route named ABCD123 for any of the random route, then we want to display a page. So for that what I'm gonna do is element and navigate. Okay, we also have to import the navigate from React router DOM. This one, navigate. So navigate, and this is going to have a 2 parameter, which would have slash Pokemon slash with an ID 1, and for what routes we want to give this. So the path would be star. So for every path here, okay, outside of here, that's it. So for every route we want to run this, make sure this is at the bottom. So if we give this at first, then all of these routes would not match. So yeah, that's it. Let's check here. Yeah, everything is working now. Yeah, we now have to fix this wrapper component. So this one wrapper, we just have to remove this from here, and what we are going to do is we are going to convert this wrapper component into an higher order component. So what that will do is it will just wrap the styles of this around all of these pages. So that's an higher order component. We are reusing the functionality. So for that, let's create that const wrapper equals to, we will receive the component inside of this component, and it will have a type of react.fc. React.fc is for React functional component. Then this is an arrow function. We don't need any props. If there are any props passed to this component, and it should be here, and we would destructure it below inside the component. But for our use case, we don't need any props. So return div would be this, and we are gonna get rid of this function here. Did I made a mistake? Okay, we don't need the return keyword here. This also. That's it. And this is going to be wrapper, not wrapper component. That's it. Now if we want to pass any props here, we'll just have props here and destructure it here, props. That's it. Now let's check. Yeah, the UI is still not perfect. We need to wrap all of these pages into the wrapper. So for that, what we are gonna do is head over to, for example, this about page, and before exporting this this component, what we are going to do is we are going to call this wrapper component, pass our component inside of it. So yeah, that's it. Not compare, this is going to be about, remove this import, my mistake. And now let's head over to the about page, and yeah, everything is perfect. If you go to another page, it would break because we haven't wrapped all of these pages to our higher order component. So let's do that for every component. So this is about, for here, this is wrapper, pass in our compare in here, my list, get rid of this, wrapper, my list, save this. Let's head over to Pokemon, remove this, wrapper, Pokemon, and at the end search. So this is again wrapper, Pokemon, no, that's not Pokemon, that's a search. That's it. Let's check for every route. Yeah, the functionality is working for every route. Now we are going to style this and have a layout like this, and with the animations. So let's do that. So for that, what we are going to do is, first let's head over to nav.scss, navbar.scss, navbar, where was it, inside the sections, and in here inside our data, we will add some more styles like padding of 0 and 20 rem. Let me do one thing. Let me have this below so you can see the styles. Now what I'm gonna do is have a UL display of grid template columns of repeat 5 and 1FR. No, 1FR, we're gonna give it a 20% of the available width. So yeah, that's on a straight line now. Now again, we will give it a height of 100%. Then what's left is let's get rid of list style type. So none. That's it. Now let's provide it a z index of 1 and a position of relative. After that, we'll have the A here. Text decoration would be none. Then color would be white. After that, let's give it a display of flex, justify content of center, align items of center, and a border bottom of 1 pixel solid, and this is going to be transparent. Now let's select the li, give it a text transform of uppercase, so we need everything in caps. Let's give this a cursor of pointer and a font weight of 500. Also let's give it a letter spacing of 0.2 rem. Yeah, it's looking great now. Now all that's left is the underlines. So for that, what we will do is, give me a minute, I'll explain. Inside the navbar, there is our component sections navbar. We will have, before this map function, we'll have 3 divs with underline, copy, paste, underline. And what we will do is, first let's give this underline a style. So for that, let's head over to navbar.scss and select the underline and give it a display of block first. Then let's give it a position of absolute. Yeah. Then let's give it a z index of 0. Then give it a bottom of 0 as well. And initially what we are going to do is, we will give this a background color of white for now. Let's give it a width property of 20% and we'll need to give it a height of, calculate where, and this is going to be underline height. I don't think any variables should be required, so I'm just gonna copy the value from my source code. Give me a minute. Okay, so the underline height would be 4 pixels from here, 4 pixels, and again we want to divide this by 2. As and when you need this, you can read this. Now let's give this again we need this background color is given, height is given, width is given, and let's give it a mixed blend mode of initial, and bottom is 0, left is 1 rem. It's still not visible. Why is that? Bottom is 0. Let's give this bottom of 1 rem. Let's inspect it. Underline. Okay, so this is not working. Invalid. Okay, so we need to get rid of this where. I'm sorry for that. 2 pixels and yeah. Here it is, our underline. Now we don't want any pointer events for this, so we'll give it a pointer events of none, and we'll give it a transition for moving. So the transition would be 0.5 seconds is in out, and what we will do is ampersand nth child of 1. We are going to give it a transition duration of calculate 0.5 seconds into 0.8, and let's copy this, give this 2, and this is going to be 1.2. That's it. Now what are we gonna do is on the click of this, we want to move this from here to here, so we are gonna write the code for that, and I'm gonna get rid of this bottom of C1 rem and left of 1 rem. That's it. So now it is perfectly placed. Now let's move the underline with animation. So for that, let's head over to navbar.tsx, and in here what we are going to do is, before this we'll create a function on UL with an index which is number, and we'll get the underlines, const underlines equals to document dot query selector all, and the type would be HTML element, and this is going to be dot underline. This is const. Now we will loop over this underlines. I equals to 0, I less than underlines dot length, and I plus plus. Pretty simple. Now what we are going to do is underlines of I dot style dot transform equals to translate 3D with, let's close this first, and this is going to be plus index into 100, and again plus percentage, oh we need the colons, and percentage 0 0, and close this. I'm gonna explain this code in a minute. Let's complete the code first. So I'm gonna write here use effect, and let's import use effect from React. The auto import is not working. Use effect, and in here we'll grab the index equals to navigation routes dot find index route, and location dot path name dot includes of route. So for the location to work, we need the use location hook of React Router DOM. So const location is equals to use location. We need to auto import it. Use location, this one, that's it. And what was the, we will call the UL function with index. Let's test it. Yeah, it's working. So now let me explain. So what we did here is, so first for this code, okay, we need to pass the empty array. So just to call it only once, and in here we need to pass location dot path name, and we need to pass the navigation routes. That's it. Okay, we will just ignore this error by having ESLint disable next line React fix exhaustive depths. So this is not needed. So we'll just copy paste this. And now let me explain this. So first we are finding which index we are currently on from this. So we are grabbing the current location of the route. So for this instance it is about. So this would get the about and find the index of the about from here. So this one, so it will have the index as the 5th index. So now we are calling this UL function with the 5th index. So what this UL function is doing is it grabs all the underlines by document.querySelector and loop it over and just adds the transform property as translate 3D with the index and into 100, and because of the transition property we have this long underline effect. So if I do one thing, if I just have this disabled, then we will not have that effect, long underline. So because of this we are having this effect. So yeah, that's it. Our navbar is also complete. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create this search page like here. Let it load. Yeah, the search page. So we are going to do this. So for that initially we have to set up our Redux Toolkit. So yeah, let's set up our Redux Toolkit. So now let's close this SCSS, this sections, and inside the utils I'm going to create a new file which is types.ts for the TypeScript. So for now export interface app type initial state as an empty object. Now let's head over to this app. Inside of this app we are gonna create a folder named as slices. Inside these slices we are gonna have two slices. One is the app slice and another is the Pokemon slice. So what slices are? It just decouples the code into different objects. So the objects has it reducer functions, the initial state, its name, everything. So first we are gonna have the app slice .ts. So this is the part of Redux Toolkit, and in here what we are going to do is first create the initial state, give it a type of app type initial state, make sure it is imported, and give this an empty object. Now what we'll do is export const app slice is equals to create app slice, create slice make sure it is imported. This is an object. Let's give this object a name of app. After this provide the initial state, then a set of reducer functions. So for now it is going to be empty object, and after that if there are any extra reducers for your application, if you have used any middlewares or API calling using create a sync thunk, then we have to provide that into extra reducers. We are not going to use the extra reducers in this app slice. We are going to use that in Pokemon slice. We'll do that in a minute. So again, what we are going to do is export const and export an object from app slice dot actions. So these are all the reducers. We want to export it and use it. So yeah, that's complete. Now let's head over to store.ts, and what we are going to do is inside the reducer we are going to have app and grab the app slice dot reducer, and yeah, our store is set up completely. Now inside the index.tsx you also have to, if you are have not installed the template from the Redux Toolkit website, then you may also need to provide the store inside a provider component and wrap it inside the above the app component. So this is inside the index.tsx. So yeah, so Redux already did that for us. Use this. Now it's complete. Now let's do the same for Pokemon slice, pokemon-slice.ts. So we have divided our state into two sections. One is for the app slice, which will store the login information and everything like that, and other is the Pokemon slice, which is for like storing the Pokemon's data and everything. So yeah, pretty simple. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, paste it here, replace this app slice as Pokemon slice, replace this app as Pokemon, and this is going to be app Pokemon type initial state. For that, let's go to types.ts and create another interface, Pokemon type initial state. That's it. Let's head over to Pokemon slice, place this with Pokemon type initial state, remove this import, and that's it. Now let's head over to our store.ts and do the same for Pokemon and app slice, not app slice, this is going to be Pokemon slice.reducer. So yeah, pretty simple. Our Redux toolkit setup is complete. So now if we want to grab any state, we just have to use the use app selector, which are inside of this, and if we want to update any state, then we just have to use the use app dispatch method. That's it. So now what we are going to do is we are going to get the search page initial data. So these initial Pokemons before searching those Pokemons. So we also have to lazy load the images. So what does that mean is, I'll just open my inspect. Now this is bottom. This is not responsive, and head over to network tab here. Close this and close this. I'm gonna refresh this. So let it make the API calls. Okay, so what you see here is only these much images are loaded here. Let me increase this so you can see it. Only these much images are loaded, but we have 20 Pokemons here. So as we scroll down, it will import the images dynamically, as you can see that here. So this is a performance optimization. So not every user is going to scroll to the end of the page. Imagine there are 100 elements here and 100 Pokemon images here. So we don't want to load every 100 image on the initial load, because not all that would be displayed here. So as we scroll down, we are going to import it. You can see that. You can also see that we have not scrolled down to here also, but it would have imported here in advance. But Now when we scroll again, that it would import again. Yeah. So yeah, we will also develop that. So first, let's grab these data. So yeah, for the search functionality, we are gonna use the Poke API for the data. So this is a RESTful Pokemon API. So that will provide the data. It's an open source project. So these are the endpoints that we are gonna use throughout the project. If you want to develop any more features, you can just check out the docs of the Pokemon API here and grab the endpoints and develop the functionality. So it returns a JSON structure like this. So yeah, that's it. I'm gonna just close this and head over to our project, and in here the utils folder, I'm gonna create a new file named as constants.ts for constants throughout the project. It's a very best practice to use constant throughout your project if there are static values used in your project. So what we are going to define here is the Pokemon API routes, so that are constants and going to reuse throughout the project. So we are going to define it here and export it and import it whenever it is needed. So first we'll just write export const Pokemon API, which is the endpoint of Pokemon API. So that is https pokeapi.co/API and version 2. That's it. So this is the base route of Pokemon API, and now we are gonna export one more route, which is going to be the Pokemon's route. So that would return us all the Pokemons in the Poke API database. So I'm going to use the template string here, use the Pokemon API, which is the base URL, and have slash Pokemon and give it a limit of 5000. That's it. So that's pretty much it for now. Now let's create a reducer function that would use the create async thunk to fetch the data from the Pokemon API. So we are gonna use that logic inside the Redux Toolkit. So inside this app, we are gonna create a new folder named as reducers. I'm sorry. And inside the reducers, we're going to create a new file named as get initial Pokemon data.ts. That's it. Now we're going to export the function get initial Pokemon data is equals to create async thunk and pass in a type prefix. So this can be anything, but this should be unique. So I'm gonna give it a Pokemon slash initial data. That's it. And now in here goes our function to get the data. That's it. So first I'm gonna wrap this inside a try catch block. So whenever we are calling any API, so that's a best practice to wrap it around a try catch block, because that would help us in catching the errors whenever the API fails. So yeah, that's it. So this is the try block, this is the catch block. Inside the try block, our main API calling logic gets called. So now what I'm going to do is here const data is equals to await Axios dot get. So yeah, we have written this code, and that would return us the data object. Inside the data object we have data, and inside of that we have data.results. So I'm gonna just head over and console it so you can see that I'm gonna have data here. Now to call this reducer, we have to head over to I think search.tsx, import the use effect hook, use the use effect here. We want to call this initially, and let's grab the dispatch method from the use app dispatch. This is for calling the Redux Toolkit reducers. So these was auto setup inside the hooks. So this is a use the app dispatch, and use app selector is the hook provided by the Redux Toolkit. So that's it. Now let's use that. Again, use app selector is for getting the state data, and use app selector is calling the reducer methods. So what we created here was an reducer. So let's call that reducer inside of our use effect. So we'll use the dispatch method and pass in that reducer get initial Pokemon data and call it here. That's it. Also pass the dispatch method inside here. That's it. Now let's head over to the browser, load it, open this, and we have our data object here. So data has the results, everything here, name and URL, name of the Pokemon, and this is the URL. If we hit over to this URL, this would show us the JSON data of the Pokemon. That's it. So this is the name, it's Bulbasaur, and all the details. We are going to use it throughout the project. So let's close this and let's head over to get initial Pokemon data. Remove this console. Make sure to return this data.results. What this is results. Data.results. Yeah. So what we are going to do is we will return this and head over to Pokemon slice. In here I have defined initial state all Pokemon as undefined, and we head over to here. I have also added all Pokemon as undefined, and either it is going to be undefined, or it would be have a error of generic Pokemon type. Generic Pokemon type just have the name and URL as string as I displayed in the console. So I just did that, and inside of here I just had all Pokemon as undefined initially. Now I will have a extra reducers method here that would receive us the builder, and we are gonna add an case with builder.addCase. This is provided by Redux Toolkit, nothing new, and we'll have the get initial Pokemon data reducer dot fulfilled method. So there are three methods to be noticed here. One is fulfilled, another is pending, and the last one is rejected. So fulfilled is called whenever the try catch block or the reducer function has completed its execution, and pending is called whenever it is still being executing, and rejected is called whenever the reducer method fails. So we are gonna use the fulfilled method and have our state and action here. So we are gonna set the state dot all Pokemon equals to action dot payload. So action dot payload has the return value of this reducer. We return the data dot results method. So those are all the Pokemon's data, and storing it inside all Pokemon. That's it. Now what we are gonna do is, for getting the initial data of these Pokemon, so there's 20 initial Pokemons here, and we are gonna just get some random Pokemons from all the Pokemons and grab the data. So let's do that. For that, let's head over to search.tsx. Let's use the const use app selector here. So destructured object and use app selector would have Pokemon. Let me show you one thing first. Is this called here? So use app selector initially has our Pokemon here. As you can see that Pokemon, and we are going to return the Pokemon, and in here we are going to destructure the all Pokemon from here. That's it. Now we are going to use another use effect, and this is going to be called whenever there are changes in the all Pokemon state. So let's do that. Now if there are all Pokemons and it is not undefined, because initially it is going to be undefined, and this would also be called whenever the all Pokemons are undefined. So we are preventing that if the all Pokemons has data. So if it is a toothy value, then what we are going to do is we are going to get const clone Pokemons equals to spread all Pokemon in here and get some random Pokemons ID equals to clone Pokemons dot, we are going to sort it first, then have math dot random minus math dot random. That's it. And we are gonna change this. Oh yeah, this one. We are gonna change this with slice. So this method just sorts the data, and we are gonna slice it by 0 to 20. And let me console this random Pokemon data. Okay, random Pokemon's ID. Head over to browser, and in here we have 20 Pokemon's ID. Those are random. You can see here. If I reload this again, then there are gonna be 20 different Pokemons again. Again 20 different Pokemons. Yeah, so that is working. Now let's remove this console, and now what we are gonna do is we are gonna create another reducer in here. So that reducer would be get Pokemon data .ts, and in here we are gonna grab all the Pokemon data from the Poke API. So for that, first we'll create export const get Pokemon data equals to create async thunk, and in here we'll pass in the Pokemon slash random Pokemon. That's it. You can name this anything, and what I'm going to pass here is an async function. That's it. And this is going to receive the Pokemons, the 20 random Pokemons. So that is going to have a generic, not generic, yeah, it is going to have generic Pokemon type, because it has the URL and name. So this is going to be generic Pokemon type of array. That's it. Now let's wrap this around try catch block. Try catch error, and now I'm gonna just console.log Pokemons from reducer, just to show you the things that we are working on. Now let's head over to search.tsx, and in here we will call that reducer by dispatch method, dispatch, and we will call that by get Pokemon data, pass in the random Pokemon ID, and in here also pass the dispatch. That's it. Now let's call it here, From reducer, we have the 20 Pokemon data. So yeah, that's working. Now let's head over to get Pokemon data, remove this console, and what we are gonna do is we are gonna create const Pokemon's data equals to an empty array. So this empty array is gonna have a type, and for that let's head over to types.ts, create export interface equals to generated Pokemon type. So these are the type that this array would have. So in this array we would have the name, ID, image and the types of the Pokemon. So first let's have the name as string, then we will have ID also, that would be the number and the ID of the Pokemon, and there would be an image that is going to be again a string, and we would have a types array, so that is going to be a Pokemon type interface. So for now I'm gonna just comment it, I'll not use it now. Let's create the other functionalities first and we'll have this types afterwards. So let's head over to get Pokemon's data and give this a type of generated Pokemon type of array. Now what we are gonna do is we are gonna call the API for every element inside this Pokemons. Remember there were 20 elements, so for all the 20 elements we are gonna call the API. So what we are gonna use is we are gonna use the for await loop const Pokemon of Pokemons. So yeah, let's call the Pokemon.url from here. So from here const data equals to we are gonna await this by Axios. Oh, Axios is not being imported. I think I have to manually import it. Import Axios from Axios. I think we don't have to restrict it. Okay. Await Axios dot get and Pokemon dot URL. That's it. Now let's console dot log this data. So there are gonna be 20 consoles. Okay, so as you can see, these APIs are being called. 20 of them would be called and that would receive the data. Let's have this data. So these are the data. So we are gonna grab the name from it, the ID from it, then we are gonna grab the types of these Pokemons from here, and yeah, that's it. The image would be rendered by the webpack. So I just grab the image from the Poke API repository, and I showed you initially that how to download the assets from GitDown. The link would be provided in the description. Now for importing all the images, I've written this code. I've not written it actually, I just copied this from the Stack Overflow. So what this will do is this will import all the 2000 images dynamically as in when it is needed. So we just have to insert the path of the image that has to be inserted. So from here all the images have to be imported. So we just give the path here and export that into an array. So all of this code is not important. So just copy this code, copy, and inside the utils we are going to create a new file, get Pokemon images.ts. Just paste this code here, and I think we will have to ignore this TypeScript errors by and command by ts no check. So we will write at ts no check here. So what this will do is this command will explicitly tell TypeScript interpreter to not check this file for TypeScript errors, because I was not able to solve the errors for TypeScript in here, and this code is not that much important to understand. So yeah, that's it. If you still want to understand this, I'll just explain this briefly. So what this will do is this will call the fetch images and have the require.context function that is provided by webpack, and we have to pass the path. So the path is this: assets, Pokemons, default and shiny. We have all the images here in the default and the shiny. So the default is the default images which are with low quality, and the shiny are with high quality. And now what was the other parameter? I don't know about this. And we have to pass the regex of what extensions we want to grab the images. So that would be PNG, JPG and SVG. Again, now this fetch images function has the cache mechanism, and it would import all the images one by one with this import all function and set it inside the cache, and then we will set it by all the object.entries function and grab the image name and the image data and set it inside the images and return this object, and we will export it throughout our project. So I tried to explain it. If you guys could get it, or you could just explore to Stack Overflow for more details. Now let's head over to get Pokemon data and set up the things. So from this, what we are gonna do is first we'll have let image that would be of type string equals to images of data.pd. Let me show you one thing. I am gonna import this images and default images. This is going to be images. Let me comment this, and I'm gonna console the default images and the images that should be outside of this for loop. And refresh this. Yeah, so you can see that it's an array of 1 2 3 4 and everything. So these are the images and everything, default images and images. That's it. Now let's remove this console, have this image here, and what is the error here? Images data.id. Okay, I think what we are gonna do is from here is we are gonna give this a type. So from data we need the ID, which is going to be a number. That's it. And this is data.id. Let me resolve this issue. Give me a minute. Okay, so the issue was resolved. It was coming because this images is an empty object, so we use the ts this ts no check for this. So this object is empty for this, and the type is also empty, and we are going to indexes with data.id, so that was giving us error. So what I did is I just had another rule of ts expect error here. So for this, the from this command, the TypeScript compiler will know that next line is going to have an error and it would ignore it. This is not the better way, but for the use case I have done this. Now let's move forward. Now if the shiny if there are images inside the shiny, then the image would be stored here. If the image was not found inside the shiny array, then what we are gonna do is we'll check it. If there is not an image, then what we are going to do is we'll have image equal to default images of data.id. Again, we have to use this ts expect error, and now if there is an image, then only we want to return the Pokemon data. So we are going to use Pokemon's data dot push, and we are gonna push it with the name as name would be Pokemon dot name, then id would be data dot id, image would be image, and then there is going to be types of the Pokemon. So for types, what we are gonna first do is we are gonna define the generic Pokemon types. uh, let's do that. Generic Pokemon's type. So where did the types file? Yeah, here. Export interface generic Pokemon type. Oh, it's already been defined here. I'm sorry for that. Generic Pokemon type. So let's head over here, and after this id we'll have types, and this would be type as generic Pokemon type, and this is going to be an here this is going to be an array of types with this name and URL. And now one more thing is to map this types const types equals to data dot types dot map, and what we are going to do is we are going to destructure the value type and the name from the type. So the TypeScript value would be type, and type would have an object of name which is of string, and in here wrap this with brackets and curly brackets. This is going to be a dynamic object name, and then what we are gonna return from here is Pokemon types of name. So we haven't created this Pokemon types, so let me give me a minute, and I'm going to create that. So inside this, just again I have created this Pokemon types. I'm going to copy this. I'll explain the code, give me a minute. Just copy all of this, fill this water, copy, and in the utils again we are going to create get Pokemon types.ts, paste that code here. Oh, it's not imported correctly. That was not imported. Let's import it again. Copy, paste here. So what we did here is we imported all the Pokemon types images from the asset here, asset types and all the Pokemon types, and then we have defined the constant values for all of this here, and then for every Pokemon types here we gave it a key of Pokemon type and gave that an image and all the parameters of the Pokemon type, like the strength parameter, weakness, resistance, vulnerable. So these all would be string values. So if the Pokemon type is bug type, then this object would have the image of bug type, that would be this image, this bug type image, and the strength of the Pokemon type, the weakness of the Pokemon type, the resistance, the vulnerable. I just found this data from online, from a website that was Pokemon charts, and then I just created this array. So do not write this and waste your time, so I just copied this. So that's it, nothing more, and I just exported this Pokemon types, that's an object. Okay, so let's use this here, Pokemon types. So this is going to be Pokemon types. Let's import it, Pokemon types with name. Okay, now we also have to add the types inside the our Typescript files. So let's head over to types.ts, and in here the types would be Pokemon type interface, Pokemon type interface, and let's define this interface. Export interface, Pokemon type interface, and inside the Pokemon type interface we will first have an object name with a dynamic key as string, and inside of that we will have the image as string, then the resistance, strength and weakness and the vulnerable values as string also. I'm going to paste it. So this is the resistance of type string, strength of type string, weakness of type string, and vulnerable of type string. Not type string, array of type strings. That's it. Now let's head over to our get Pokemon data, and what error do we have here is Pokemon types of name as any type, because expression of types cannot be used to index type. Okay, we also have to use this here. Yes, expect error, and remove this. That's it. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna console the Pokemon's data. Let's see if all the Pokemon's data are being fetched correctly. Okay, name is here, ID is here, images are here, and the types of fighting, the images, strength, and everything is here. Yeah, that's working. And I'm not sure why did it only called 16 of the Pokemons. Search.tsx, we gave it a 20, and it just grabbed the, for a wait. Let's have this outside of this for a wait loop. Refresh this again. Let's wait for all of these requests to be completed. Okay, yeah, I know the issue here because we use this here. If there was not an image, then it would not get pushed. So let's do one thing. Else console dot log no image. Refresh this again and we'll check it out. So there were 4 no image values and there were 16 of the parameters in the array. So yeah, our code is working perfectly. Let's remove this console and the else block. Remove this console also, and inside the catch block we are going to write console.log error if in case there is any error, and we are going to return Pokemon's data. And inside the Pokemon slice, what we are going to do is we are going to add a new builder.addCase, and this is going to be get Pokemon's data, get Pokemon data dot fulfilled, and pass it with the state and action arrow function, and this is going to be state dot random Pokemon. So okay, we haven't defined it here, so random Pokemons, which is going to be an empty array, I think initially. Let me check. Random Pokemons, yeah, could be undefined, or it is going to be generated Pokemon type of array. This one. That's it. Now let's head over to Pokemon slice here, and random Pokemons initially undefined. That's it. Inside the Pokemon slice, what we are gonna do next is state dot random Pokemons equals to action dot payload, which would return our Pokemon's data. Now, what should be done next? Okay, so we have our data, that is we are gonna need to render the Pokemon cards here. So what we will do is, now let's create the grid of Pokemons, this one, and render all the data. Let's do that. So now let's create a new component. Inside the components, this is going to be Pokemon card grid, Pokemon card grid.tsx, rfce to create the component. That's it, and that's it. Now this is going to have Pokemons. For now, let's give this as any parameter. Let's head over to search.tsx, and inside the search.tsx, what we are going to do is, instead of these divs, we are going to return and React fragments, and inside of that, what we are going to do is we'll have a search div, and inside of that we'll have an input, we'll have the parameters afterwards, and we'll give it a Pokemon card grid with Pokemons as random Pokemons. Okay, so random Pokemons also needs to be fetch destructured from here, random Pokemons, and now let's use it, random Pokemons, and let's check our component here. We have the search bar here, we have the Pokemon card grid here. Now what's left is, let's head over to the Pokemon card grid here, And what I'm going to do is, let's create the components here. Let's remove this, give it a class name of Pokemon card grid container. Inside of this container we have another div of Pokemon card grid, and first we'll check if there are Pokemons and the Pokemons dot length is greater than 0. Then what we are going to do is we are going to map Pokemons with data as any and return a division with a class name as Pokemon card. Let's give it a key also, key data.id, and let's write hello here, just that. Okay, is there any mistake here? Data is of type any. Okay, there's an extra bracket here which needs to be here, not here, I'm sorry, here. That's it. Let's check this out. We have the Pokemon's map methods data here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new type of interface inside the types.ts. So this is going to be user Pokemons, I think. Yeah, user Pokemons. So for that, give me a minute, just chill out. Yeah, so we'll create a new interface, export interface user Pokemons type, which extends the generated Pokemon type. So what this will do is, we have all these information here, and user Pokemon types has another value which is going to be Firebase ID, and this is going to be of string, and this is an optional parameter. So all this user Pokemon's type would have 5 values, and this is going to be optional. So this Firebase ID would be the Firebase ID of the Pokemon when we store it inside the Firebase. So we are doing that in advance. Search.tsx, and now, not inside the search.tsx, head over to Pokemon card grid, and we will pass here Pokemons as user Pokemon type of array. That's it. And this data is going to be of user Pokemon type. That's it. Now what we are going to do in a minute. Now inside of this we'll have another class of Pokemon card list, and inside of that let's have this div for now, and another div would be Pokemon card compare. So inside of this list and compare, what would be the values is the plus or delete button. If it is on the search page, it would have plus button, and if it be on my list page, we are going to reuse this component, and that would have this delete icon here, and this one would have the compare, this div Pokemon card compare. So this one have the compare icon, and yeah, let's proceed further. Let's keep this for now. We'll do that afterwards, and after this div we have after this div we have an h3 with a class name of Pokemon card title that is going to have data.name, and after this we'll have the Pokemon image. So for this we'll use an image tag. Image source would be Pokemon, not Pokemon, data.image, Pokemon image. Now let's give it a class name also. Class name would be Pokemon card image. That's it. What is the error here? Oh, I think we don't have to give this. So what's it? Redundant view screen reader is already announced image as an image. Okay, we don't have to give image here. Yeah, that's it. Let's check it out here on the browser. We have the images, but undefined is not assignable. Okay. Undefined is not assignable. What was the error? Let's do one thing. Let's head over to search, and we have the error here. Let's pass an exclamation to explicitly tell Firebase that this is not empty, this is not undefined. That should solve the error. Yeah, it is solved. We have the images here, and let's apply the CSS now. So for CSS, first what we are going to do is head over to SCSS, head over to pages, create a new file underscore search dot SCSS dot search here, not here, sorry. Here we'll just import SCSS, that's it, and in here dot search, and now also components. So the component would be as the Pokemon card grid. So components, new file underscore Pokemon underscore card underscore grid dot SCSS. Let's import it. Pokemon card grid. That's it. Now let's have the styles for the search page first. Give me a minute. And search page. So we're going to provide it a height of 100%, width of 100% as well. Max width again would be 100%. Let's give it a color of white and a text transform of uppercase. That's it. Then after we'll have the Pokemon search bar styles here. We'll do that afterwards. So yeah, the text is white. So now let's style this. Initially what I'm going to do is use this, make this smaller, head over to Pokemon card grid.scss, and I will show you the changes that we are making here. So the first would be Pokemon card grid container. So the max height would be explicitly 80 viewport height. overflow y would have a scroll property, and color would be white, and text transform would be uppercase. I don't think this is required. Let's do one thing. I'll just write background color as red here. Okay, so the styles are working, and this is scrollable now. You can see that we have all the Pokemon images here. Let's remove this. This is still scrollable. Yeah, let's proceed further. Inside of this we have Pokemon card grid. This is going to have a display of grid. We are going to use CSS grids here. Grid template columns would have repeat, auto fit, auto dash fit with a min max property of 250 pixels and 1 FR. So this is for responsive. Still need to style this further. We'll give it a gap of 4rem, so everything has a gap. Then we'll give it a margin of 4rem, and a margin top would be only 2rem. Other than that, everything would be 4rem. Now let's select the Pokemon card. Give it a width of 250 pixels. Then display of flex, justify content center, align items center, and let's give it a flex direction of column. So yeah, so there are 4 Pokemons here. Now you can see that in every column. Now what should we do next? Let's do one thing. We'll have ampersand image as height 10rem. Okay, this is looking good now. So what I did this ampersand is, this is an SCSS function. So this would just replace ampersand with dot Pokemon card. So that's an shortcut method. Use that whenever possible. So flex direction column. Now let's give this card a background color of RGBA 255, 255, 255 and 0.125. That's it. Now let's give it a border radius of 1rem. Let's also provide this a padding of 1rem. Oh, yeah, the data is loaded now. Padding 1rem. Now let's give this a box shadow for some 3D effect. So this is going to be RGBA and 0, 0, 0 and 0.35. After this we will give 0 pixels, 5 pixels and 15 pixels respectively. Now we'll give it a position of relative. That's it. I'm still not sure why this is overflowing from here. Let's proceed further. We'll deal with this afterwards. So now the title also needs some styles. So ampersand title, text align, center cursor would be pointer, Yeah, cursor pointer. Also here cursor would be pointer. And now let's give this a margin top of 1 rem. Yeah. Now what is left here is the types and these icons. So let's write the code for these icons first. So types. So let's do that. For that, let's head over to Pokemon card grid, and the logic here would be pretty it would be pretty tough. So we'll write Pokemon card types here. This is going to be another div. We'll map data dot types dot map here. This would has the type as Pokemon type interface with an index of number, return a div. This is going to have a class name as Pokemon card types type. Let's provide it a key with index. Okay, that's it. Now I forgot to do one thing. We want to also add a lazy attribute here. No, not lazy. We'll apply a loading with value of lazy. So what that will do is it will generate the scenario where we scroll, and as and when we scroll, it will load the images. So I'll show you after all of this is developed. So just write loading as lazy. And what was the error here? I think we need to grab this. Yeah. Wait. Now what I'm gonna write here is I'm gonna get all the keys of object dot of the type. So object dot keys type. I'll just console this keys to show you what it is. Keys, refresh, open the console, wait for the data to load. Okay, so here are the keys. So keys would have a single property inside of array. So that would be the type name for X. So this would be used to access the image. So what we'll do here, let's remove this console first, and inside of this div I'm going to use an image attribute tag, and the source would be type of keys of 0 dot image. And this would be Pokemon type. Let's save this, and we have the types here. We still have to style it, but before that let's add an h6 with the type name. So this is just going to be keys of 0. This one we just consoled it, and let's add some class names here. Class name would be Pokemon card types type, and this is going to be text, and this is going to be, let's copy this class name, give this to image also, and change the text to just image, and also will provide this loading attribute with lazy value. That's it. So that's written. Now let's style this. Head over to, where is the file? Okay, here it is. And for styling, after the image we'll have types. Inside of type we'll give the width of 100%. Let me close the console so you can see the styles would be fixed in a minute. Display of grid template columns would be repeat with auto fit property. This is for responsive stuff. We haven't used responsiveness in this project, but still I follow this practice whenever I use CSS grid columns to wrap this inside autofit and minmax. And let's give this a gap of 1 rem. Let's select &_ type, give it a display of flex. Then we'll provide it a flex direction of column, justify content of center, align items of center, margin top of, let's give the margin top afterwards. Let's select &image so you can see everything. &image height is of 2 rem. Boom, that would fix everything. Yeah, that works. Now after this, let's select &text, give it a font size of smaller, font size smaller, that's it. And now after this align items, we'll first give it a margin top. So have some margin between images and the element. So margin top would be 0.5 rem. And now to fix the gap between these text and image, so we'll provide a gap of 0.4 rem. That's it. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Now what is left here is to add the icons here, the compare and the plus minus icons, and afterwards of that, when we click over here for the compare, then it should be redirected to the Pokemon page or added the Pokemon inside the compare queue. And we also have to style the scroll bar, and we also have to style this search bar and add the search functionality. So let's do that. Now first let's add the compare button here. So I'm gonna head over to Pokemon card grid here. You remember we had the div here for that, and inside of that we have our SVG for that. Let's import the icon from React icons. Import from React icons, and this is going to be from IO 5, and this is going to be IO get compare. That's it. Let's use it out here. IO get compare. It's not, yeah, it's here. Let's give it a on click, but it's not needed now. We'll do that after the compare queue and everything is created. We will do that afterwards. And while we are here, let's also do one thing. Let's add the card list. For that we need the add and delete button. So for now we'll just add the add button, not the delete button. Let's do that. That would be from FA. So import from React icons FA. This is going to be FA plus. FA plus, and let's delete the trash button also. FA trash. That's it. Now in here, card list. First, let's do one thing. I'm gonna use the use location hook. Const location equals to use location, and that should be imported from React Outer DOM. Import from RRD React Outer DOM, and we need the use location. That's it. Use location. That's it. Yeah. Now in here, what we will do is we'll check out first location, not local storage. We need the location dot path name. Let me do one thing. Let's increase the size. So where it was, location dot path name dot includes, and let's check if the route is of Pokemon, then what we want to do is we want to have the FA plus button, and let's give it a class name of plus, and or else what we'll do is we'll again check if location dot path name dot includes, if it is a search route, then what we will do is we'll have FA plus or FA trash here. So let's do that. If the path name is of search, then we want to have FA plus here with a class name of plus, and if it is not, then we want FA trash, and this is going to be have a class name of, does it need a class name? Yeah, it needs a class name of trash. So what we did here, first we checked if the current route is of Pokemon. So in here I'll just show you that if the current route is of Pokemon and we are inside the evolution, so we have to show the plus icon here, and if we are into the my list or the search, let me log in with Google. I think there are no Pokemons on the list. I need to add it. Add. Let's head over to my list now. Yeah, Pokemons are here. So you can see that there is the trash button here on the list route. So for the first condition, what we are checking is, first, if we are in the Pokemon route, then we need to display the plus route, and if we are not on the Pokemon route, then it will check again if the location is of search, then we need the plus or trash. We can also optimize this code and do an OR condition here by copying this, cut this. If its location is of search or Pokemon, then we want to display this, or else we want to display this. This is going to be colon. Yeah. So if the route names are of search or Pokemon, we need to display the plus or hash. We optimize that. Now let's check it here in our app. So we have the plus here. Now when we will be in the my list, we will show the delete. So that's it. Now why there are only 3 Pokemons. Okay, the Pokemons are here. Now let's style these. So for that, I'm gonna shrink this again. Head over to Pokemon card grid.scss and inside before all of this, I'm gonna have ampersand list, give it a position of absolute, and give it a top of 0.7 rem. Then what we'll do is left of 0.8 rem, font size of 1 rem. That's it. Let's give it a cursor of pointer and let's select the trash in here. Give it a color of E21, E21, B5A. Let's select the plus here and also give it a color of hash 27AF, 27AF 0F. That's it. Yeah, the plus colors has been changed here. You can see that. Now before this list, what I'm gonna do is have the SVG here, give it a transition of 0.3 seconds is in out, ampersand hover, and give it a font size of I think 2rem. Yeah, that's it. Now when I will hover over this, we have this transition effect. Now let's do the same for this compare. So I'm gonna select compare and I'm gonna copy these all, paste it here, and let's choose one thing. Top is the same, and instead of left, let's give this a right. That's it, and everything is set. And inside of compare, we will just provide the SVG a color of hash1f 51ff. That's it. That's looking great. Now let's compare this. I think this needs an increase in font size. So let's give this a font size of 1.3 rem. Yeah, it's looking great now. So yeah, this functionality is complete. Now when we click over this Pokemon, it should redirect us to the Pokemon route. Let's do that quickly. Pokemon card grid, and we have to use the navigate. So let's use navigate by use navigate. This is again a hook provided by React Router DOM. Use location, and this is use navigate. This is navigate. And now when we click over image, I want on click event, and I want to navigate, and where do I want to navigate? That's a tough choice. Okay, so jokes apart, and we want template string / Pokemon, and we want to pass the parameter, which is data.id. That's it. Let's check it out. Click. Yeah, that's working. It's working. Everything is working. Now let's do one thing. Let's style this style bar, search bar. So for that, let's head over to search page, search.tsx, and I think there was the input is here. Let's remove the ID and the name, and let's have the class name here first. Class name would be Pokemon search bar, and placeholder would be search Pokemon. Yeah, it's here. Now let's do one thing. Let's style this style bar from search.scss, and let's paste that class of search bar here. First, let's give it a height and width. So width would be 100%. Yeah, it's that. Now let's give it a height of 9%. That should be enough. Looking great. Now let's provide it a padding left of 1 rem, and a font size of 1.3 rem should be enough. That's great. Now should I style anything else? Yeah. Let's give it a background color. RGB A. 255 0.125, and the alpha value would be 0.125 only. Yeah, it's there. Now let's get rid of the outline and the border. Outline none, no border also. Now color should be white, so the text color white, and let's check it here. Yeah, we also have a shadow here, and I think we also missed here the effect. This one, you can see that both of these are different. So let's also fix that scroll bar and that. So first, let's give this a box shadow. Head over to here, box shadow, and this should be RGBA 0.35 and 0 pixels, 5 pixels and 15 pixels. That's it. There is a shadow slightly, but you may not able to see it because of the color here. So let's also style the placeholder text. So our search bar would be styled completely. WebKit, not scroll bar, input. Color RGBA 255 0.7779. That's it. Yeah, that's looking great. Now let's fix all of this. I think where it should be coming app.scss. This is background filter, backdrop filter. Let's remove this. Yeah, this is working. Let's give this content a background color of red. Yeah, this is that. We have to fix the colors here. Give me a minute. Okay, so I fixed it. I provided that a background color. I'll just comment this out so you can see that. I provided a background color here and that fixed the color, and for the overflow, the hidden property. That's it. Let's give it a padding bottom of 1 rem here. Let's increase this to 4 rem. Still no issue. Let's give this a 10 rem. Yeah, that's looking great now. I think the padding, yeah, padding is not needed here. Now let's style the scroll bar. So that should be inside our app again. Let's head over to our app. .scss. We are inside the app. Let's select WebKit scroll bar. Give it a background color of transparent. Then let's give it a width of 0.4 rem, and this is width. Ampersand thumb, WebKit scroll bar thumb property. Give it a background color RGBA 219 0.557. We have the scroll bar. It's perfect. Yeah. So I think most of the styling part of search.scss is complete. Now, yeah, most of the styling part is complete. Now let's do one thing. Let's search the Pokemon and get the results here. So let's do that. Let me increase the size of this, and what we are gonna do inside search.tsx is give me a minute, I'm just checking the code. Okay, so we are gonna implement debouncing here. So we'll do that afterwards. First, what we are gonna do is we'll grab the Pokemon and display inside of the clone Pokemons, and after everything is complete, what we'll do is we'll just have the debouncing mechanism over that. I'll also explain the concept of debouncing then. So first, let's grab the Pokemon case const get Pokemon equals to async, value would be a string, and if value dot length, then const Pokemons equals to all Pokemon dot filter Pokemon, and Pokemon dot name dot includes value dot to lowercase. Get the Pokemons. Now let's dispatch get Pokemon data with Pokemons. I will explain the code. Give me a minute. Okay, what is the Typescript error? Argument of type generic Pokemon undefined argument of type. Oh, this is not undefined. Now let's have an else block, and in the else block, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this logic, paste it here, That's it. Okay, now let's add the on change here. Event get Pokemon e dot target. I am gonna explain that code. Please give me a minute first. Let's search for Pikachu. Yeah, that's working. All the Pokemons with Pikachu is here. Pikachu. Let's remove this. And our 20 Pokemon's logic is working again. Okay. Are we getting any error? We are not. Okay, so the issue is because of debouncing. Yeah. Now let me explain the logic. So for this text box on change event, we call this function with the e.target.value that would have the search value. Now we check if there is a value.length. So if the length is greater than 0, then it would go inside this logic, or else it would be inside this logic, which would again fetch the random 20 Pokemons. And if this has value, so what we are doing is the all Pokemons array. So that has the ID and the name of the URL and the names of the Pokemons. So we are just applying the JavaScript filter method and checking if the name includes the value that we have provided. So if we search for Pikachu, then it will match the text Pikachu inside all of this and get the Pokemons. And we again reused our component to get Pokemon data of the reducer to fetch the data, and it works automatically. That's it, pretty simple. Now what we are going to do is we are gonna wrap this function get Pokemon around and debouncing function. So what the debouncing function would do is, let me show you here. It would reduce the number of API calls that are being made. Just head over to network, and if I search for the whole Pokemon, not Pokemon, just I will write, let me clear this, I'm sorry for that. I'll just search again Pikachu. Okay, all the Pikachus are here. Let the load be completed, and let me refresh this, and I will show you here. Let's refresh this also. Let this be loaded, and let's now I will show you in our current scenario what it is being happening is, if I search for Pikachu, you can see many API calls are being made on a single event. If I write P, then all of the P's data would be fetched. If I write I, then all again the function would be called and the API calls would be made. So we are going to use debouncing. So what that will do is that would reduce the number of API calls. So in here I will search for Pikachu, and while I am typing, it would not make any API calls. After I have typed, it would call the APIs. So that's very good strategy for performance. You can see that number of API calls are very less in here, and in here the number of API calls are infinite. So let's reduce that by debouncing. So for debouncing mechanism, inside our utils, we are going to write a debounce dot ts function. So that would have our debounce code. Let me paste the code here. So this is the debounce function. We'll pass in our function here the get Pokemon data here and the timeout. So the timeout would be 3 seconds, 5 seconds. So we'll just pass it here, and first we'll define the timer as empty, and we'll return a function, and whenever this function will call, it will first clear the timeout which has been returned here, and it would be stored in here. If any of the timer is set, then it would have the clear timeout method available, and we will clear the timeout and again call that function from function.apply, and also pass this if we want the context of the debounce function, and if we have passed any arguments like the search value, then it would be passed in here. Pretty simple. Now let's head over to search.tsx and we will implement that functionality here. So first what we will do is we'll create a function const handle change equals to debounce, and we'll pass in our value of string and call the get Pokemon with the value and 300 milliseconds. That's it. Now let's head over here, and instead of get Pokemon, we'll call the handle change. That's it. Now let's check it out. Refresh, clear, and let's search for Pikachu. And yeah, number of API calls are reduced. This is working like a charm. Great. So our search page functionality is completely done. Now let's do one thing. Let's create the compare queue and add the Pokemon to compare from here. So let's create the compare queue. So let's do that. So now let's head over to our Pokemon slice, and we are going to create a reducer, not the extra reducer or create a sync thunk. We are going to create the reducers here. So that are the reducers are going to be add to compare and remove from compare. So for that we are going to maintain a compare queue, which is initially going to be undefined, not undefined, I think. Let's give this an empty array and add the compare queue inside the Pokemon initial type. So compare queue would be generated Pokemon type, and this is going to be an array of generated Pokemon type. Let's head over to Pokemon slice and add a reducer here of add to compare, not queue. So this is going to be add to compare, and give this a state and action as well. Arrow function. Now what we are going to do is, first we will check if the Pokemon is currently inside the compare queue. So we don't want to add the Pokemon 2 times, so we'll grab the index. So for that what we'll do is we'll check state dot compare q dot find index, and I'm not sure why there is an error here. This is add to compare. Let's this. Okay. Yeah. Now find index. Inside of this we have Pokemon, and Pokemon type would be generated Pokemon type. And now we'll check if Pokemon.id triple equals to action.payload.id, and if there is not a Pokemon with the given ID inside the compare queue, then it would return us an index of -1. So we'll check if the index is of -1, and now what we want to do is we will have state dot compare queue dot unshift method unshift and give it an action dot payload, and let's have another condition, state dot compare queue dot length triple equals to 2. Then we want to state dot compare queue dot pop. I'll explain this logic in a minute. Let me write it first. That's it. So in the action we'll have the Pokemon ID, name and everything. So all the generated Pokemon type would be there. Now we'll find the index. If the Pokemon is not in the compare queue, then it will return us an index of -1. If it returns an index of -1, then all of this code would be executed. Now we only want to compare two Pokemons at the same time. If there are more than two Pokemons inside the compare queue, then what we are going to do is we are going to pop one Pokemon from the end and unshift that. The first element would be unshift, so the 0th element would be on the first, and we will add the new Pokemon as the 0th element. Pretty simple. Now let's do the same for remove from compare queue. So remove from compare is going to have state action. Now let's find the index. This is going to be same const index, and const q is equals to state dot compare queue, and after that we'll splice that q dot splice with the index, and we want to splice a single element. After that we'll store the compare queue again. State dot compare queue is equals to q. So what we did here is we'll just pass the ID of the Pokemon, and we'll check the index of the Pokemon inside the compare queue. So the Pokemon would be inside, we don't have to check if it is a -1. The index would be there, and we just destructured the compare queue and cloned it inside the queue and spliced the index. If the index is at 0, then it will splice one element, or if it has 1, then it will also splice one element. Then we are again storing the compare queue. Now what we are going to do is we are going to import this, add to compare and remove for compare. That's it. Now let's head over to search.tsx, and we are going to dispatch add to compare. So Pokemon card grid, and on the click of this SVG we want to dispatch that. So const dispatch is equals to use app dispatch, and on click we want to dispatch that dispatch add to compare, and we have to share the Pokemon here, the data. That's it. Let me check it once again. Let me get it correctly. Yeah, that's it. So this will add to compare queue. Now let's have a toast notification whenever like a Pokemon is added inside the compare queue. So for that, what I'm going to do is inside the app slice, I'm going to add a reducer of set toast. That should be state action type would be payload. I don't think that is necessary. Let's get rid of that. We'll do the type afterwards. And oh, we also didn't write the toasts here. So toasts is gonna be an empty array, and inside the app type initial state we are going to add toasts as an array of strings. Sorry for that. Let's head over to app slice. So const toasts equals to state dot toasts, and we'll push the toast dot push as action dot payload, and again we'll set this to a toast state dot toast equal to toasts, and we'll clear the toasts state dot toasts equal to empty. That's it. Now what we are trying to achieve is, I'm gonna show you this, and if I click this button, there's a toast notification that Pikachu has been added to compare queue. If I click this again, Pikachu Rockstar has been added to compare queue. Go do this compare, then we have the Pokemons here, but we want that toast notification here. So we are going to achieve that. Also, the toast notifications are common. If I click on this, then the Pokemon would be added to collection. So let's do that. So export the reducer, set toast, and clear the toast. So this is going to be used to add a toast inside this toast, and we'll clear out the toast by clear toasts. So we have used a React Toastify package at the initial basic setup. We install that package, and now we are going to use it inside app.tsx, and we are going to have that toast container in here. Toast container, is it auto imported? No, it's not being auto imported. Let's import it. Import toast container from Toastify. We need the toast container, then toast options, and we need toast method. Now what I'm going to do is, we also need to import the CSS file. So this is the CSS file, React Toastify dist react toastify.css, and after this I'm going to write a use effect function. So whenever the toasts are changed, for that first we'll grab the toast from use app selector, const toasts equals to use app selector app app. That's it. Now let's also have the dispatch method, because to clear out the toasts we need the dispatch method. Use app dispatch. That's it. Now we'll have the use effect here. We want to run this use effect as soon as any toast has been added. So we'll write toast here. So if any of the toasts are added, then we want to run this use effect. So what we'll do is, first we'll check if the toasts are added, not removed. Toast.length, and then what we'll do is, for toast.for each, we'll get the message that would be of type string, and use the toast function from the React Toastify and pass the message here. Let's check if it is working. Okay, we also have to call the dispatch method for set toasts. So let's head over to Pokemon card grid, and after add to compare, we want to dispatch the event. So let's wrap this inside of the curly braces. Dispatch set toast, and the message would be Pokemon has been added to compare queue. Save it. Let's run it now. Yeah, it is here. Pokemon has been added to compare queue. And what was the message here? Okay, so we are passing the Pokemon name here, and as you can see that this is more styled. This is at the bottom and has black color and this kind of function. So let's do that. Instead of Pokemon, I'm gonna use the template strings and use the data.name as Pokemon name. Let's check it out. Okay, that's working. Let's head over to app.tsx and pass in some toast options. So in here first let's define const toast options, and this is going to be toast options, the type of toast options. Then we'll have the position. Okay, what this is? Okay, we need to have is equals to here. Position would be bottom right. Then we will have auto close with 2000 milliseconds. Pause on hover property would be true. Then we want this to be draggable, and the theme would be dark. That's it, and we have to pass it here to toast options. Okay, so we also do one thing. After this for each is completed, we'll dispatch clear toast method, a reducer, to clear out the toasts from the stack. So this bug would be solved after that. Okay, now let's try everything. Compare, yeah, only one is coming. Compare, only one is coming. Compare, works like a charm. Now everything is done for here. Now let's have the components here. So when we hit over to compare and we'll remove this, we have this empty component first. So let's do the empty component here. So let's do that. So now let's head over to compare.tsx, compare.tsx, and inside of here, give this a class name of compare, and now inside the components, create a new component named as compare container .tsx, hit rfce, that's it, compare.tsx. Now we are gonna use the useApp selector to get the compare queue here. Const destructure compare queue is equals to useApp selector, and inside of here we need the Pokemon and return the Pokemon. That's it. Now we have the compare queue, and let's have the compare container here, compare container, and in here we'll pass the Pokemon prop as compare queue of 0, and we'll pass is empty prop equals to compare queue dot length, that would be less than 1. Let's copy this, change the element to 1 and this to 2. So what we are doing here is we have two compare container components here, because there are two comparisons, and after that we are giving the 0th element Pokemon inside the compare queue to this, and the first element to this, and we are checking if this is an empty component, because if the length is less than 1, so there are 0 elements in the compare queue now, then we don't want to show both of these. We want to show is empty component, or else we want to show the Pokemon, and same goes for here, but the conditions are just changed. Now let's head over to compare container, and first let's grab the props. So restructure them, and Pokemon is initially undefined and is empty is initially false. That's it. And now let's do one thing. Let's give this the type Pokemon is going to be user Pokemon type, and is empty is going to be Boolean. That's it. Now inside this compare container, what I am going to do is first give this a class name of compare container. After that we'll check if this is empty is true, and if it is, then we are going to render and div with a class name of empty. Inside of empty we'll have an button, and then we will have an h3 of add Pokemon to comparison. Let's check, refresh it. Yeah, we have that here. So let's have the FA plus icon here, FA plus, and make sure that is imported from React icons. Import FA plus from React icons FA. Now let's style this. So let's head over to our SCSS pages and create a new file underscore compare dot SCSS, and inside index import that compare, and let's head over to compare dot SCSS and have the style here compare. Now let me shrink this. Okay, compare. First let's give the background color of red. Yeah, that's okay. Delete this. Let's give it a display of grid template columns of 49% and 49%. So these are the both grids. We gave it a 49% because we are gonna utilize the 1% to padding. For that, let's give this a height of 100%, a width of 100%, and a gap of 1 rem, and a padding of 1 rem as well. That's it. Now inside the components folder, we are going to create a new file, compare container. This should be underscore, I think. Compare container dot SCSS. Import that here at import compare container, and here there's many things to do. So first we'll have compare container height of 100%, a width of 100%. After that, let's have the M key and give it a display of flex, justify content center, align items center. Then we'll give it a gap of 3 rem, and flex direction should be column. After that, we'll also give it a height of 100%. That's it. Now what should we do is, inside of this we have an button. Let's provide that a cursor pointer, and let's have this here. Here is right here, cursor pointer. Now let's give it a border radius of, I think 10 rem is enough. Yeah, it's circle now. Let's also give it a padding of 2 rem. Let's give it a display of flex, justify content center, align items center, and border of none. Select the SVG, give it a font size of 5 rem, and color would be white smoke, and the color for here is background color where accent color. This variable is not set for now. We'll do that on the Pokemon page, so this would be empty for now. We'll do that, so we just written the code. And now H3, let's give it a color of white as well, and let's give that a text transform of uppercase. After that, letter spacing of 0.3 rem. Yeah, that's it. So this is done. Now let's add some Pokemon to the compare queue. Yeah, so that has been added to the queue, so it's not displaying here because the is empty is false. And let's add one more. So yeah, nothing is displayed here. So now let's display the Pokemons here. So for now, let's head over to compare container, and inside of here, if this is not the case, then we have to do many things. Let's get started with that. So we'll first check if there is a Pokemon, and if it is, then we'll have compare element and let's have this first have compare info. Inside of that we will have compare details. We'll have an h3 with Pokemon dot name. We'll have an image tag that would be source would be Pokemon dot image, and Pokemon, then class name. Okay, this should be inside the image tag. Class name is going to be compare image. Now after this we should end this div, and a new div would be there of Pokemon types container. Yeah, let's check it. Yeah, the Pokemons are here. So for this we'll have a div here, Pokemon types. Inside of that we'll have an h4 with a class name of Pokemon type title, Pokemon type title, and in here the text would be type. After the h4 we have a div of Pokemon type icons. Inside the icons what we'll do is we'll have Pokemon dot types dot map. We'll have a type here with Pokemon type interface, and grab the keys as we did in the card. Object dot keys of type, and will return div of Pokemon type. Inside of that we'll have an image. Source would be type of key of 0 dot image, and this would be here. Okay, so this is keys, and this is type, Pokemon type, and yeah, that's it. Let's check it here. So yeah, these are the types here. Okay, so after this we'll have another here function. We'll call the function get stats. That's it. Get stats. We have to define it upward here. Const get stats. This is gonna be an arrow function, and that's it. Okay, we had an error here. What was that? Let's. Okay, so I need to return something from that. So because of that, it's giving me an error. So let's get the stats. So let's do one thing. Let's comment this out for some minutes and have the buttons down here. This buttons I'm talking about. Let me add a Pokemon. Compare and compare. I go to compare. Let's add this and this part is already completed. We have to complete this part: strength, weakness, resistance, and vulnerable. We'll do that afterwards. First, let's grab these and style this. So whenever after this get stats, leave two divisions and have another division with compare action buttons. Instead of that, we'll have a button. This would have add. Class name would be compare btn. Copy, paste, and paste. This would be view, and this would be remove. That's it. Let's head over to compare container now, and after all of this, we'll have compare element. Let me shrink this. Compare element. And now let's give it a height of 100%. Then display would be grid. A grid template rows, not column. Grid template rows would be 90% and 10%. And then grid template columns would be 1FR. After this, we'll have compare info, and inside of compare info, first we'll give it a color of white. After that, let's select compare details and compare image inside of it. Let's give it a height of 10 rem first, so we can see the things. Now let's fix the sizes of this also. Let's head over to compare container, and inside of compare info we have Pokemon types container. So let's also copy that and go to compare container. After this, here we'll have Pokemon types container, and we'll give it a width of 100%. Then we'll select Pokemon types and select Pokemon type icons. Pokemon type icons. Inside of that, we'll again have Pokemon type, and then we have Pokemon type image, and give it a height of 3 rem and a width of 3 rem. That's still not working. Let's see. Inside compare info, we have Pokemon types container. Compare info, yeah, we are inside it. Pokemon types container. Inside of that, we have Pokemon types. We have Pokemon type title and Pokemon type icons. Then we have Pokemon type, and we have Pokemon type image. So this class name was not provided inside the image tag. So I think we have to pass the class name here, and yeah, working like a charm. Compare container. So let's complete the above styles first. So the compare info has a text transform of uppercase. Then we have letter spacing of 0.1 rem. After that, we will have a width of 100%. We have to add the Pokemon again because DOM reloaded. Add and add. Width of 100%. Let's give it a display of grid and grid template rows, not columns. Grid template rows would be 40% and 60% respectively. 60% for the image and 40% for the text. Now instead of this, let's give it a display of flex and flex direction of column. Then justify content center and align items center. That should fix that. Yeah, done. Now we have the compare image here. The styling is done for that. Now Pokemon types container. Should we fix that first? Let's do that first. Then we'll have the buttons. So width is 100%. Display would be flex. Then flex direction would be column. Then we'll have a gap of 1 rem. Okay, so now I have to again add the Pokemons to contain queue. Now what I'll be doing is I'll style this part afterwards. We'll first style the buttons and then we'll have the content here first, then we'll style that. So for that, compare action buttons should be after, let me check. Okay, compare action buttons should be inside of compare element. So let's find that out. Let me do this and compare element. Okay, just before this, not Pokemon type image, we are gonna add compare action buttons. Display is of grid template columns, repeat 3 1FR, and then width would be 100%, height would be 100% as well. Then we'll select the button, and what we'll do is we'll give it a font size of 1.2 rem. Then we'll give it a font weight of 400. Give it a text transform of uppercase. Border of none. Then we'll give it a color of RGB. Color RGB 228 228 228, and then cursor would be of pointer. Background color transparent, then letter spacing would be 0.1 rem. Let's give it a border. Let's remove this border none and give it a border here of 1 pixel solid RGBA 255, 255, 255 and 0.647. Now we have the borders. Now let's give it a transition property of 0.3 seconds ease in out, 0.3 seconds ease in out, and now let's select the buttons by nth of type. Nth of type 1 would have, whenever we hover over it, we want to give it a background color of #1 F51 FF. Let's check it. Yeah, background color is there. Okay, we also have to write S here, 0.3 seconds. Save it, and now there would be a transition. Yeah, we have the smooth transition. Also, we'll give it a border color of the same color. That's it. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this and paste it 2 times. I'm going to change this to 2 and this to 3, and I will change the colors respectively. So this would be 27AF0F. Let's copy this, paste it here, and this is going to be let's select them both, and this is going to be E21B58. That's it. Let's check it out. Yeah, working perfectly. So yeah, the buttons are there. Now let's do this part. Let's have this types. Okay, so let's head over to compare container here, and we'll enable this get stats. And what code should be written? I'm just checking it out. Okay, so we'll also have to create first const create stats array equals to, we'll get the types here and stat type. So let's have the Typescript. So this is going to be Pokemon type interface, and this is going to be Pokemon stat type. Pokemon stat type, we haven't defined it. Let's head over to types and at the bottom export interface Pokemon stat type. So here stat type is just a name and value. Name is of string and value is of string as well. That's it. Now let's head over to compare container, import it, and what we are going to do here is first we'll create const stats array equals to an empty array. Stats array would have a name and image property. So name would be of string, image would be of string as well. Now we'll also create a stats set equals to new set, which would be of type string. That's it. Now what we will do is we'll receive the types here and the stat type, like the name of the stat type, if it is a weakness, resistance, just the string, and then we get all the types. So now what we'll do is we'll loop over types dot for each, and we'll get the type, and this would be of Pokemon type interface, Pokemon type interface. Okay, I made a mistake here. Pokemon type interface, and this would return us nothing for now. So we'll get the keys is equals to object dot keys, and we'll provide the type here, and we need the 0th element from here. Let's leave it this now, and we are going to call it from here. Just write const data is equals to create stats array and pass in Pokemon dot types, and we'll pass in the strength parameter, strength, strength. Okay, that's it. Okay, I made a mistake. So inside our types, the Pokemon stat type doesn't have this value, but instead we have this values of vulnerable, weakness, strength, and resistance. Sorry for that. Please make that change and head over to compare container. And now, yeah, there's no Typescript issue. Okay, so now let's console.log the key here and head over to browser. Okay, stats array. This is going to be an array. Okay, we also have to return from here, so for now we'll just return this. And now let's console, refresh console, head over to search, add the Pokemon, compare, and we get the key of bug and grass. Now what we are going to do is remove this console, and we'll have the type of key and the stat type. The stat type is weakness. Also, let's console the type also, so you can get what we are doing. Need to add to compare queue. Okay, so type is water, image, and everything. So we will head over this strength array from this and get all the types from that and create the images from that. So type of key, which is type of key is water, and of water we need the strength So again, that is an array, so we'll use for each here and have the stat, which would be a string, return if not stats set dot has stat stats array dot push. I'm going to explain that, give me a minute. Name is stat, image is Pokemon, types of stat dot image, and we have to write the type rule here at ts ignore. Now after this we'll also have stats set dot add stat. Now let me explain everything. So after this for each, we are going to check inside the stat set. Okay, we have added this stat inside that. If that has not been added, then this code would be executed. We'll add that stat of like the stat would be this grass, electric, and everything. So if the string has been added inside of that, has not been added inside of that, and we'll add it and we'll push the stats array with name and stat image, and now we are gonna return that stat. Now return stats array, that's it. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove this and we will return React fragments with this code dot Pokemon dash types h4 with h4 with a class name as Pokemon type title, Pokemon type title. This is going to be strength, strength, and we'll have a div with Pokemon type icons, Pokemon type icons. Inside of that we'll use create stats array Pokemon. Oh, let's do one thing, we'll just copy that from here, remove this data, paste it here, and we return that data, and now we'll map over that for component generation. Stat would be image of string, now we'll return a div with we don't need the curly braces, just use this, and we'll return a div with Pokemon type, which has an image, and the source would be stat.image. The alternative text would be Pokemon type. Okay, this is stat.image. Class name would be Pokemon type image. That's it. Let's check the browser. I'm gonna close this. Yeah, we have the strength here. That's great. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this divs 3 times, and I'm going to have this strength as resistance, this is going to be vulnerable, and this is going to be weakness. Let's change this stuff also, weakness, vulnerable, and resistance. That's it. We have the data here, but we have to style the CSS. Let's do that. So let's head over to compare container. I'm gonna have this again. So first Pokemon types container, we have the gap, and now align items would be at flex start, and max height would be 100%, and overflow y would be of scroll, and overflow x would be of hidden. And padding bottom would be 1 rem. Let's check that out. Yeah, this is scrollable now. Okay, now this has to be of display grid. Grid template columns would be 25% and 75%. After that, we'll give it a gap of 2 rem and a width of 100%. Let's add this. Then we need to provide the type as display flex. So let's do that, display of flex. Then justify content would be flex send, and align items would be center. Does that work? It did something. Okay, also we have to provide type icons here. So display of flex, then we'll give it a gap of 1 rem. Then what should else be given? Width would be 100%. Yeah, that's work. And anything else? Flex wrap, yeah. Flex wrap would be of wrap. I think that's it. We still have to style this title. So let's do that. The title would be inside of Pokemon types in here. That would be Pokemon type title. We'll give it a display of flex, justify content of flex end. Also will align items of center. Yeah, looking great. Let's add more Pokemon. We have the scroll bar now. Yeah, it's looking great. So everything is complete. Now we just have to add the links here when we click over this. For example, when we click over this view, we'll be redirected this Pokemon. Add would be added to my list, and remove would remove this from the queue. So let's do that. Let's head over to compare container, and for the buttons let's use dispatch. Have I used dispatch? No, let's do that. So const dispatch is equals to use app dispatch. That's it. Now on click would trigger dispatch with remove from compare reducer, and we'll pass the id as not PID. We'll pass the id as object and Pokemon dot id. Let's check it out now. Remove, yeah, it was removed. Search, compare, remove, search, add, working perfectly. So now let's do this also. On the click of this, we want to navigate to the Pokemon page. So let's do that. And for that, we need to use navigate hook. So const navigate is equals to use navigate. Imported from React Outer DOM. Import from RRD, and this is going to be use navigate. That's it. And for this, on click, we want to navigate to /Pokemon $Pokemon dot id. Let's check it out. View, yeah, that's working. View, that's working. Now by clicking on this add button, we want to add that Pokemon to our list. So search page and compare page is completed. Now we will move on to create the my list functionality. So for that, first we have to set up our Firebase account and Firebase inside our React app. So let's do that. So now head over to this website console.firebase.google.com and create a new project. In here we'll write Pokedex, YouTube, continue, select an account, default account for Firebase, create project, wait for the project to be created. Okay, it has been created. Hit continue. Now click over this web icon, web app. This is Pokedex, register app. We don't need this hosting, by the way. And now we already did this. I'm gonna copy this and inside of our code base we will have a Firebase config file. Inside the utils, Firebase config, Firebase config.ts, not it's .ts. Now pasting this code. We don't need the analytics. I'm gonna remove that, and this is perfect. We don't need this. And after this, I'm gonna import get auth from Firebase/auth, and after this here I will write export const Firebase auth equals to get auth and pass in our app. Also we'll write export const firebase db is equals to get firestore, pass in app, and for Firestore I'm gonna import that from Firebase / Firestore, and this is get Firestore. That's it. Copy this, and yeah, that's it. Now let's head over to Firebase again, continue to console, head over to authentication from here, and we are going to enable the Google authentication from here. Google enable, configure the email and save. That's it. Now yeah, we'll do this authorized domains later when we are hosting. Now let's head over to Firestore database. Create database. And okay, we'll start the database in test mode. Choose the default. And yeah, that's it. It's created. Now let's head over here and let's create collections. So collections are just like tables in MySQL. So users ref is equals to collection, and we'll pass in Firebase DB and the name of our collection, which is going to be users. This will store the email IDs of the users, and again we'll do the same for Pokemon list ref is equals to collection Firebase DB, and this is going to be Pokemon list. So this will maintain the list of all the Pokemons. So yeah, that's complete. Now what we are gonna do is we'll head over to my list page. My list, where it is, my list, and we'll remove this my list here and give it a class name of list. And what we'll do is we'll first check if there is any user currently logged in. So we have to maintain that info in our state. So let's head over to our app slice, and in here app initial state, and we are going to add user info here. First, the type, it can be undefined or it can be an object with email as string. That's it. Now let's head over to app slice and user info, which would be undefined as the initial value. And again, what we are going to do here is we'll create a reducer function to set the user status, and yeah, set the user status, just that. So what the user status reducer would do is it would set the email ID returned by Firebase. So that's it. So state and action, and this is an arrow function. So state dot user info equals to action dot hello. That's it. Now let's import that from here as well, set user status, and now head over to my list. We'll get the data here first, the user info. So const user info equals to use app selector, grab the app, return the app. That's it. And we'll do the same for Pokemons. So const user Pokemons. I think this is not needed as for now. We'll do that later. And now we'll conditionally check if there is a user that has been logged in. Then we want to show the Pokemon grid, or else we want to show our login component. So first what we'll do is we'll just show our login component. So we have to create that component. Inside the component, login.tsx rfce, head over to my list and render login, not logger, login. That's it. Let's check in our front end. Yeah, we have the login text here. Now let's design the login component. So login component is gonna be pretty simple. Class name login, and inside of that we'll just have a button which would have text login with Google, and we are going to use an icon from React icons. So import icons from React icons FC, and this is going to be FC Google. FC Google, login with Google. And let's do one thing. Let's provide this a class name of login -btn and an on-click handler that would be const handle login equals to async. Let's pass handle login here. That's it. Now let's check the UI. Yeah, we have the UI. Let's do one thing. Let's style this first. We can do everything else afterwards. So first we'll style the list page. Head over to list. Okay, we have to create that page. New file underscore list dot SCSS. Import that inside index. Import list. Head over to list, and with list we have height as 100%, width as 100%, then we have max width of 100% as well, and we'll give it a color of white and a text transform of uppercase. That's it. Okay, didn't need any change because we have the button here. So now let's do one thing. Head over to components and we'll create the login partial, login.scss. Import that inside here. Import not a URL, it's login.scss. Head over to login.scss, and here we'll write the code for styling. So dot login, display flags, justify content, not justify self, justify content center, align items center. Yeah, the button is inside the center. Now let's give it a height of 100% and a width of 100%. I don't think that's working. Now let me do one thing. Let's have background color as red. Okay, so let's head over to here and okay, we had the wrong class name. Yeah, things are working now. Let's head over to login.scss, remove this color and let's select btn and give it a background color of transparent. Then we'll give it a color of white. Then we'll give it a font size of 1.5 rem, text transform of uppercase, and padding of 1 rem, I think. Padding of 1 rem. Then I'll give it a border of 5 pixels, solid, transparent, and what else? No, it's not transparent, it's white. Let's give it a border radius also. No, border radius is not required. Let's give it a display of flex, justify content of center, align items center, a gap of 1 rem, and a transition of 0.4 seconds is in out. Also the SVG would have font size of 3 rem. It's a rem, and font weight would be 700. Let's also give it a letter spacing 0.2 rem. Now that's looking great now, and after this, whenever we hover over this, we want the border radius of 3 rem and border width of 10 pixels. Let's try it. Yeah, that's working. Now let's change the colors of the border. So border top color would be red, border bottom color would be green, then border left color would be yellow, and border right color would be blue. Let's test it. Okay, I made a mistake. This is border bottom. Okay, that's working. Also we have to give a cursor pointer. That works. Now what is left is when we click over this button, we want to log in into Firebase. So for that, let's write the code. Head over to login.tsx, and on the on click here, first we'll get the provider from Firebase. So we would be getting new Google Auth provider, and then we'll have const equals to await sign in with pop-up. We'll pass in the Firebase auth and pass in the Google provider that we just created, and from this what we are gonna get is the user and from user we are going to get the email and the user ID, that is UID. Now after this, if there is an email, then what we'll do is we'll have the Firestore query equals to query users ref, where user ID double equals to user ID. Okay, so let's import the query and the where function. I'll explain this code in a minute. Let me write it first. So fetch user equals to await get docs and Firestore query. Now if fetch user dot docs dot length triple equals to 0, then await add doc to collection. Instead of this, we'll just have users ref. Would this work? Expected 2 argument. Okay, we'll just write collection Firebase DB and users. Okay, that would work. We have to pass the function, so users ref, not the function but the object, so user ID, and the other would be email. And after this, give me a minute, I'm just checking the code. Okay, so after this we will dispatch the set user status as email, and let's grab dispatch use app dispatch. Okay, set user status and email. Let's head over to Axios. Action would be we'll deal with that later. Okay, so I found it. It's not dispatch event, it's just dispatch function. Okay, so what I have written here is, first we grab the provider from Firebase providers. So this is the Google auth provider. Then we will sign in with pop-up and pass the Firebase auth and this provider. From here we will get the email ID of the user and the user ID. Then if there is an email returned in here, then what we'll do is, first we'll create a Firestore query which will check if there is inside the users ref collection, is there any user with the given user ID, and will then fire this query using get docs. And if any user is returned here, if any user is not written here, that means that this is a new user and we will add that user to our users collection. Or else what we'll do is we'll just set the user status as email, so our user would be logged in. So let me do this. Login with Google. Instantiate. It should work. It's done. Now let's head over to Firebase, and I am going to refresh this. Let's check if the data is here. Yeah, the user is here and the email is also here. So yeah, our functionality is working. Now what I'm gonna do is, okay, so now what we will do is we'll write the code to add the Pokemon to our Firebase database. So I'll create a new reducer which is add Pokemon to list.ts, and this is again an async thunk. So export const add Pokemon to list equals to create a sync thunk, and we'll pass the Pokemon slash add Pokemon, and after this we'll have a sync, and this is going to be an arrow function. Now inside the async we'll get the Pokemon, and from the Pokemon we have ID inside that Pokemon which is of number. Then we have name of that Pokemon which is a string. Then we have types again, and that is Pokemon type interface, or we can have that as string. Then we have stats, again that's optional, and we'll have Pokemon stats type. Do we have that interface? Pokemon stat. We have to create that interface. Export type Pokemon stats type. This is not a type interface, I'm sorry. And in here, that is that. We are going to define this afterwards. We'll just writing this first. And now after this destructuring, we will get the get state from Redux Toolkit. So that's a function of Redux Toolkit, and we'll get the dispatch method from Redux Toolkit. And now let's wrap the code inside try catch error console.log error. Inside the try block, we'll get the state that we need. Const is equals to get state as root state, and from here we need app, and inside of app we need the user info, and again we need the Pokemon, and from Pokemon we need user Pokemons. So we haven't defined that, so let's head over to get not get Pokemon setup, Pokemon slice, and create this user Pokemons here. So user Pokemons is an empty array first, and what was the type inside it? User Pokemons. So that is going to be user Pokemons type. Pokemon type user Pokemons, and we already created that, the one with this, yes, user Pokemons type. We have created that. We'll use it, user Pokemons type. And while we are here, let's create this Pokemon stats type. So this is name with string and value as string as well. That's it. Now let's head over to Pokemon slice. Yeah, user Pokemon should be empty. So get Pokemon data, not get Pokemon data, we want to add Pokemon to list, add Pokemon to list, and we grab the user info and user Pokemons. Now what we'll do is user info dot email. So if there is no user info and email, we want to return with a dispatch method, and we'll set the toast that please login in order to add Pokemon to your collection. That's it. Now after this, we'll find index equals to user Pokemons dot find index user Pokemon, have type of user Pokemon's type, and return user, not user info, user Pokemon dot name triple equals to Pokemon dot name. So what we are going to do is we are just checking inside the user Pokemon's array. So user Pokemon's array has all the Pokemons that the user has added. So we haven't implemented the functionality to get the user Pokemons from Firebase initially. So initially this would be empty. So still we are finding the index of the Pokemon. Like if we are adding Pikachu and we are checking if the Pikachu is already inside the user Pokemons. So if it is inside the user Pokemons, it would return the index as greater than -1, and if it is not, then it will return an index of -1. So we will check if the index triple equals to -1, then we want to add that inside the user Pokemons. So let types string equals to empty array. After that, let's do one thing, types equal to Pokemon dot types as string. What is this? Okay, it's assigned a value, but it's never used. Now we'll do one thing, await add doc and pass in the Pokemon list ref, and Pokemon would be id with Pokemon.id, and name would be Pokemon Pokemon.name, and types, that's it, and await dispatch get user Pokemons. We just have to comment this because we haven't created this. We'll just create it and enable this. Now we'll dispatch that set toast with return dispatch set toast, and what should be the toast? So it should be a template string with Pokemon dot name added to your collection, and we'll have an else block here. We'll copy this, paste it, and here we'll write already part of your collection. That's it. Now let's try to add a Pokemon. Where is the Pokemon's not loaded? Okay, it's loaded, and we have to dispatch the event from here. So let's do that also. Let's head over to, which component was that? Pokemon grid. Yeah, it was Pokemon card grid. Pokemon card grid, and here FA plus on click event, and we want to dispatch the add Pokemon to list reducer and pass in the data. That's it. Let's try it out. Add Mr. Mime to collection. Please log in order to add Pokemon to your collection. My list. Log in with Google. Search Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime added to your collection. Great. Now let's head over to our Firebase and check it out. Refresh. And we have the Pokemon list and Mr. Mime. Yeah, Mr. Mime is here with the types. That's it. Mr. Mime. Yeah. Now let's head over here and let's grab the user Pokemons inside the search.tsx, not search, compare. Okay, my list, sorry. And const equals to use app selector Pokemon, return Pokemon, and in here we need the user Pokemons. Again, let's have the conditional. If user info, then we want to render Pokemon card grid with the Pokemons as user Pokemons, and if there is no user info, we need to display the login. Okay, it's not showing up. Let's inspect console. I think I need to refresh this. Okay, we haven't written the code for fetching the user Pokemons, so that's still left, and we need to fix this. If the user is already logged in once, then we don't want to show this component. So for that, we need to head over to app.tsx, and in here we'll have a use effect hook. Use effect. This would run with dispatch and will have on auth state changed. That's in function from Firebase. So it will grab the Firebase authentication after a refresh. If the user is already logged in, we'll get the current user from here. And if there is a current user, we want to dispatch that to our Redux store. Set user status as email, current user dot email. That's it. Now, yeah, the login has been gone. Let's refresh this. Yeah, it's gone. It's working. Now let's write the code to fetch the user Pokemons here. So what I'm gonna do is reducer new file get user Pokemons.ts. So let's grab the user Pokemons. So for that, export const get user Pokemons equals to create async thunk, and this is going to be Pokemon slash user list async args async arguments, and we need the get state. Now let's wrap everything in try and catch. Console.log, or what should we write it here? Console.log, yeah. Console.log error. And inside the try block, first let's get the user info. So first const equals to get state as root state, and this would have app. From app we need the user info, and now what we'll do is we'll check if there is no user info dot email, then we want to return from here. That's it. And now let's write our Firebase queries to fetch all the Pokemons of the current user. So let's do that. So now let's write the Firestore query. Firestore query is equals to query. Make sure that query function is imported from Firebase. We'll pass in Pokemon's list ref. So that's the name of our collection, and we'll pass the where clause with the where function. And here we want to pass email double equals to, not this, we want this inside a string, and user info dot email, and after this let's fetch the Pokemons with firing that query. Fetched Pokemons equals to await get docs. Make sure that it is imported get docs, and pass in the Firestore query. Now if the fetched Pokemons dot docs dot length is greater than 0, then we want to loop over that docs and get the Pokemons. So I'm creating a user Pokemons array which is of type user Pokemon type. It's an empty array, and now we are gonna loop over fetch Pokemons dot for each and async Pokemon. Now let's write const Pokemons equals to await Pokemon dot Pokemon. Okay, there's a mistake here. Async. This is Pokemon dot data. This is a function. Let's call this function, and we want dot Pokemon from this. Now the image code would be the same as we written before. Pokemon dot id. Let's import these images, and if there is not an image, image if there is not an image, then we want image equals to default images of Pokemon dot id. That's it. We also have to write the ts ignore here, ts ignore, same for here. And now after this we'll get the types. Const types equals to Pokemon dot types dot map. Name would be of string, and in here we'll have the ts ignore again, and name would be the key of the object, and Pokemon dot Pokemon of name, sorry. That's it. So Pokemons dot types dot map. What is the error here? Property type does not exist on query. Not sure why there is this error. Pokemon dot types dot map. Let's ignore that error for now. I'll resolve that afterwards. Now user Pokemons dot push, and I will have dot 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 Pokemons, and then we'll add Firebase ID as Pokemon.id, and we'll add the image and the types. Now after this we'll return user Pokemons, and we'll create a new extra reducer and builder.add case. And what we'll do inside that is we'll just save this user Pokemons inside the Redux Toolkit, and okay, so if the fetched Pokemon's length is 0, then what we'll do is we'll just return an empty array. Return empty array, that's it. And we need to resolve this Pokemon dot types dot map. Not sure why is the error here. Let's do the ts ignore. Let's check it out here. Okay, I still have to head over to Pokemon slice, builder dot add case, get user Pokemons dot fulfilled, state action, and we want state dot user Pokemons is equals to action dot payload. That's it. I'm gonna refresh the page. Okay, state dot user Pokemons is not assignable to type. Let me check that. What's the error? Okay, so we'll tell explicitly that this is not undefined. This is gonna return a value. Reload, and this is still not getting the data. I think we forgot to get the user Pokemons, so we also have to call this reducer. I'll just check it out. Okay, so let's head over to my list and have a use effect hook here. Use effect, import that from React. Use effect, and in here we'll dispatch. Okay, we don't need the dispatch, So const dispatch is equals to use app dispatch. We are going to dispatch get user Pokemons method reducer, and this is going to run whenever there is a user info change or the dispatch method change. Let's check it out. Still nothing. Let's do one thing. I am gonna create a new use effect, and in here console.log user Pokemons, and this is going to change whenever the user Pokemons change. Reload. Okay, let's reload this again. So this is being set as undefined. Why is that? Still user Pokemons is array of 0. Let's add a Pokemon inside the collection. Add my list. Refresh this. Let's do one thing. Now I'm gonna head over to the get user Pokemons first. Also, when we add the Pokemon, we want to call this. We have already written inside the add Pokemon to list get user Pokemons after the Pokemon has been added. Now get inside the get user Pokemons. Now I think there would be an error because of this. Give me a minute. Okay, so I've found the issue. So inside the add Pokemon to list, we are not passing any kind of email here. So we have to pass email user info dot email here, and we will try to add any Pokemon to the list now. Let me refresh this. Is it making any API calls? Yeah, it is making. So yeah, add, and add. Let's close this. Head over to my list. Inspect, console. Okay, undefined of map. I think this is from here. Let's check it out now. Get user Pokemons, and let's remove this TS ignore. Pokemon dot types. Okay. Const types equals to Pokemon dot types dot map. Let me do one thing. I'm gonna replace this code with the one I have written. Oh, there is no error here. Okay, so that was Pokemons, not the Pokemon. I'm sorry about that. Pokemons. Save it. And let's try it out now. Still any error? Yeah, we do have error. Pokemon types is not defined. Okay. We have to import this. That should work now. Oh, we have any other error. Cannot read properties of undefined image. Let's do one thing. Let's console user Pokemons from here. Console.log user Pokemons. Is it reaching here or it's not? Yeah, it is reaching here, and the user Pokemons are still empty. Why is that? Let me try to resolve this issue. Give me a minute. Okay, so I've made a mistake in add Pokemon to list. So in here, when I had this types, there was the issue here. So I'll remove this, and instead of that, I'm gonna paste an code block. If there is no Pokemon.stats in the current object, then I'm gonna for each and get the keys of everything and push it inside this types, or else I'm just gonna pass in the Pokemon.types. So that's it. So this was because I have written this code because this comes from the Pokemon page. So in the evolution page, so we haven't designed that yet. So for handling that, this is the else block, and for our scenario that was that. And again inside the get user Pokemons here, you have to replace this everything, uh, Pokemon.id. Here Pokemons are there, and again here that is Pokemon.id. So replace Pokemon.id with Pokemons.id. That's it. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete this collection Pokemon list, delete, and now let's start everything fresh. My list, login, and now head over to search. Let's add some Pokemons to the list. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's add some more Pokemons. Let's head over to my list. And yeah, we have the Pokemons of our list here. It's here now. So let's try the compare functionality. Rotom has been added to queue. Yeah, that's working. So all that is left is to delete the Pokemon from your custom list. So let's do that. So now let's create a new reducer, which is remove Pokemon from user list.ts and export const remove Pokemon is equals to create a sync thunk, and this is going to be Pokemon slash remove and a sync id and this is going to be id would be string. We just need the id, Firebase id, and then that's it. Now let's wrap the try catch, the usual stuff, error console.log error, and what I'm gonna do is await delete doc Pokemon list ref and just pass in the ID. As simple as that. Make sure the doc is imported, and what I'm going to do is return the ID from here. Now inside the Pokemon slice, we are going to write the code for this. So we'll add a new case, builder.add case. This is going to be remove Pokemon here dot fulfilled, and we need the state action and what I'm going to do is remove the ID that we just received in the action.payload from the user Pokemon. So const user Pokemon is equals to spread the state dot user Pokemons and find the index of the Pokemon and just splice it. Very usual stuff that we do in JavaScript. User Pokemons dot find the index, get the Pokemon inside it, and compare the Pokemon.Firebase ID, Pokemon.Firebase ID triple equals to action.payload, action.payload.id. That's it. Now we have got the ID, and now user Pokemon.splice index and 1. After that, state dot user Pokemons equals to user Pokemon. That's it. It's completed. Now let's try this functionality inside our Pokemon card grid. Let's head over to Pokemon card grid. In here, trash, we need to add on click, dispatch, remove Pokemon, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pass in ID as data dot Firebase ID. That's it. Let's check it. I'm gonna delete this magmotor. Okay, that's not working. The last of the Pokemon is being deleted, not the one that we want to delete. Okay, and it's also not being deleted from Firebase. Delete. Index of is not a function. Okay. Let's head over to remove Pokemon. And in here, await, delete doc Pokemon list ref and ID. Let's grab console.log ID. Delete. We are getting the 479 ID. So not sure we need that ID. Pokemon card grid. ID is data.firebase ID. Okay. Let's use this as async and await this. Let's try it again. If that was the issue, reload this. Delete. Index of is not a function, and this should be the Firebase ID, not this one. You get user Pokemons. Inside here we have the Firebase ID as Pokemons.id. Okay, let's go to the Firebase here now. Users, I'm gonna reload this. Pokemon list. Okay, so we are getting this ID. and that seems to work there. Remove Pokemon from user list, console.id, delete document doc, Pokemon list ref, and we are passing the ID. I think we have to pass this ID in here. Let me fix this, give me a minute. Okay, so I found the issue. It was because of this. This was not Pokemons.id, this is Pokemon.id. So let's try it now. Delete. Yeah, it was deleted. That's working. Delete, delete. And let's head over to my list again. Yeah, Pokemons are not there. Let's reload it. Yeah, they are not there. So it's working. Now we just have to add the toast notification, and when we head over to compare, if we add any Pokemon to the compare list, and we have to add from there too. So add this too, head over to compare, and we can add the Pokemon from here. Let's do the functionality that too, and the logout functionality. So first is the toast notification of removed Pokemon. So Pokemon card grid. After this, we are going to dispatch what should be the message. Okay, dispatch set toast as Pokemon removed successfully. That's it. Goes to async, and this should be wrapped inside a curly braces. That's it. Let's remove our Pokemon. Delete. Pokemon removed successfully. Now I'm going to copy this at Pokemon list data and head over to compare container, and from here on click of this button, dispatch add Pokemon to list, and we'll just pass the Pokemon. That's it. Now let's do the same from here. Add and add. And over there, yeah, that's working. That's done. Now let's delete this. Let's try to delete all the Pokemons. Yeah, that's working. Don't have any error. Let's add some more, and let's sign out now. Let's develop the functionality of sign out. So for sign out, we have to head over to the footer section. Footer.tsx, and on the click of this, we want to call our sign out function. So let's create a function. Const handle log out is equals to arrow function, and on click we want to log out, handle logout, and in here first we'll call the sign out method provided by Firebase. Make sure that it is imported from Firebase auth sign out, and we'll pass Firebase auth in here, so that handles the sign out from Firebase. Now we'll dispatch an event. For that we need the const dispatch is equals to use app dispatch and dispatch. So what we are going to do is we'll set the user status as undefined again. Undefined, set user status, and dispatch and toast notification for the user's logout status. Set toast and this is going to be logged out successfully from Firebase. That's it. Let's check logout. Logged out successfully from Firebase. Okay, that was working, and go to my list. Yeah, that's working. Refresh. That's working. Now let's log in again. We have the Pokemons. Now let's log out. Yeah, so our my list functionality is also completed. Now let's head over to here and create this about page. That's a very small page and it would take around 10 to 15 minutes to complete. Let's do that first. So now I'm inside the about page, and in here let's give the class name as about. Let's remove this about text. Have image. SRC would be avatar image, so for that I'm going to import that from avatar image from .assets avatar, it's kishan.jpg, and this is going to be avatar image avatar. That's it. Now we'll have h1 with h1 dot profile text. This is going to have hi, I am Kishan shade. h2 with profile text. This is going to have the creator of this awesome Pokedex. After this, an h4 with a profile text again, profile text, and this is going to be this project is created for YouTube for my channel Kishan Shade. That's it. And we need some profile link, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just copy that, because that's some static stuff and you can just write it by yourself. We just imported the three icons of YouTube, GitHub and LinkedIn, and have the profile links, wrapped it around an anchor tag, have the href as the link, and have the icons. Save it and let's head over to browser. That's me, and we need to style me. So I'm gonna shrink this and we will head over to components and pages, and yeah, we'll create underscore about dot scss. Inside the index.scss, import that about .scss, and inside the about we'll have about, and what should I write there? I'm not sure about that. Yeah. So about initially will select the ampersand image. I think this should be given the name profile. Yeah, because we can select with ampersand. So this is profile and ampersand image. So what should I give it here? Let's give this a height of 15 rem. That is not working. Let me do one thing. Background color red, or display of, yeah, background color was that, so that's working. Let's remove this, and this is ampersand image. Did I give the class name here to the image? Profile image, no, I haven't given the class name. So class name profile image. Let's head over to about.scss. The height is there, height 15 rem, and a border radius of 10 rem. let me do one thing. I'm going to have the other styles first. Display flex direction column, justify content center, align items center. We have to give it a height of 100%. Yeah, that's in the center now. Let me have this window here. Let me shrink this so you can see the styles in real time. Height 100%, and let's give this a gap of 2 rem. Gap 2 rem, color white, margin top of 2 rem. That's it. Now let's have the ampersand text. So this is going to have text transform of uppercase. After that we'll have letter spacing as 0.2 rem, and we'll select the H1 and give it a font size of 4 rem. Okay, that's looking great. Now after this ampersand image, we'll select the ampersand links and give it a display of flex, border radius of, I think, no, border radius is not needed here. We'll just give it a gap of 2 rem, then margin top of 2 rem, and select the anchor tags, give it a color. So this is going to be var accent color, and let's select the SVG, give it a font size of 3 rem, and let's give this a cursor of pointer. That's it. Let's click on one of the link, GitHub. Yeah, that's opening, and yeah, this is styled. So yeah, this is also complete. The about page is complete. So all that is left is this Pokemon page, the main highlight after hours of hard work. Load. Okay, so now let's do this. So now let's create this Pokemon page here. So for that I have created a starter file. You can find this inside the gist. Just copy this pokemon.tsx, and actually I had recorded this, but the recording was corrupted, so I just copy paste the code. So I'll just explain you the code one by one. So this is not all of the code, this is just the basic code. So initially we have this use effect, this one, which will run first, and in here we have created an image element and set the image element source as images.params.id. So what this params.id is, this is that params is equals to use params, and this is from React Router DOM, and this will get the id from the URL. So that was defined in the React Router DOM. And now after this we'll getting the image elements .src, then this is the options for the library extract colors. So you need to install this library yarn add extract colors, that would extract the colors from an image element. So that's it, just install that and start your application. Then these are the options, you just have to define these options. No need to understand these options, just type it. I will just copy this from the documentation of the extract colors package. Then I've created this function to get the color. So we are getting const color is equals to await extract colors, and this is going to be image element.src, and again we'll pass in this options here. After that I've getting the root of our React application and setting the CSS variable accent color as the color that we got from this colors package. And I'll show you the accent colors. What that mean is, these is the accent colors. This what this library will do is get the image and get the most dominant color of that image, which is this blue color, and set all the accent of our application to this color. So we have used the accents here. We've also used it here. You can see that accents are here and that accent color got changed. Now we also use that here. Now when we go to search, let the Pokemon data to load, and we are not getting any images. Let me reload this. There could be problem with my internet connection. Inspect, network. Okay, the images are blank. Okay, they are being loaded slowly. Yeah, they are being loaded. So I'm gonna select this Pokemon, and now it will load the Pokemon page. So now it set the accent color to this pink. So that was the code for that, this accent color. And in our application we haven't set this again, but this is being set of this green color. So we'll search for another Pokemon now. For example, have this app Pokemon, and we'll head to about, and we have accent colors here. So we still need to fix the accent colors in our application. We'll do that now. What I'm going to do is, here I'm going to call this get Pokemon info and passing the image element here. So what this get Pokemon info is, it calls multiple APIs to get the data. So actually we are just calling 3 APIs here. So I'm gonna show you. So also head over to constants.ts, and in here I've added 2 more routes, which is Pokemon route and Pokemon species route. The Pokemon route is Pokemon API/Pokemon, just simple, and Pokemon species route is Pokemon API and Pokemon species, and we have used that here, Pokemon route and Pokemon species route. So now we are getting the data from Pokemon route, and from that data we need the data encounters. So what that means is, that will get us the location where the Pokemon, the user can find that Pokemon. So that is inside the location area encounters. So we need that, and after that we also called the evolution chain URL to get the Pokemon data, and we also get from this we get the evolution URL, and we call that to get the evolution data. Now for encounters we have the data encounters, and we had this for each to get the array. Let me remove this console. Then for Pokemon abilities, we again had the map, and inside that we have abilities and move. And for evolution we have a recursive function. I'm going to go to that, get evolution data. Yeah, this is the function get evolution data, that's on the same file, get evolution data. And what this will do is, it will call this recursive function. So this has a base condition and will push the data and call the function accordingly. So that's pretty simple JavaScript. and yeah, that's it. And we are grabbing the evolution level from evolution. We are going to pass this evolution level here, and we are just finding the evolution level by Pokemon.name equals to data.name, and we are having this here. So I'll just display up the console, and we have the Pokemon data here. That's it. That's it. Now let's have this accent colors fixed throughout the application. So for that, first let's head over to compare.scss, compare.scss, and this is going to be compare element, not compare SCSS, compare element, and empty component, border radius, not border radius, we need the border. Let's give here 1 pixel solid where accent color, and let's give this a margin also, margin 1 rem. That's not working. Let me remove this and let me check. Give me a minute. Okay, I'm sorry, we already have applied this accent color to background color. We don't have to give any border. These are already being applied here. If we go to compare, yeah, this is applied here, so we don't have to make any changes here. Sorry for that. Now let's get to this navbar.scss, and change this background color to where accent color. That's not working. Underline, background color is this. Let me refresh it. Let's head over to Pokemon. Yeah, that's working now. Now I think let's log in. Do we have to do anything here? I don't think. Okay, not here. And inside this about, we have a border here. So let's go to about.scss. So the color here is white, and for the border, okay, so inside the image we'll set this border with accent color, and we'll also give it a padding of 1 rem. Let's check it out now. Yeah, that's working. This is looking great. Let's check if the colors are changing again. Yeah, the colors are changing. Okay, that's it. So our accent color is done. Now let's create this tabbing structure here. I'm talking about this one. So let's create that tabbing structure. So now for tabbing structure, I have created this base values. So let's copy this. This is inside Pokedex snippets. Copy, and what I will do here is inside the footer first, footer.tsx, I'm going to paste it and have this routes here, and this Pokemon tabs should go inside constants because those are constants value, and inside the footer we are going to import this Pokemon tabs. That's it. And now inside the data let's map this Pokemon tabs. So in here goes our UL, and then we'll have routes dot map, and inside of here we get the route. We'll return li. This is li. The key would be route.name, and we'll also give it a class name of dynamic, but we'll do that after setting the state. So on click, for now we don't want to do anything, just have that on click handler there. And now route dot value, let's head over to our here, refresh this. Okay, we have that here, but we need to style this. So let's head over to footer.scss, and let me shrink this. Okay, now let's control V, and inside the footer, inside the data, I'm going to have a UL, give it a display of grid, color of white, that's here, list style type would be none, and grid template columns would be repeat 4 and 1 FR. That's great. Now let's give it a height of 100% as well. After that, let's select the li, give it a text transform of uppercase. After that, let's give it a font weight of 500. After that, let's give that a letter spacing of 0.2 down. That would look good. And let's center it. Display flags, justify, content center, align items, center. That's it. After that, let's give it a cursor pointer, and let's give it a transition property, transition 0.3 seconds is in out, and when we hover over this, we want the background color to where accent color. Let's check it. Yeah, that's working. Now initially the selected one would have the accent color, so for that let's do that also. After this, dot active is going to have a background color of where accent color, so that would not show up now because there is no active class on any of the route. So now let's do the functionalities first inside the routes. So when we head over to here, then also this is showing. We only want to show this when we head over to Pokemon. So let's do that. So we will map this only when the location dot route is of Pokemon. So for that we need to use the use location. Const location equals to use location, and import from React Router DOM use location, and here we'll check location dot path name triple equals to slash Pokemon, and this. That's it. Let's head over to compare. Okay, we have to use the includes here. Includes this route. Yeah, that is working now. Now let's have this tabbing structure. When we click over this, we want to change the page here. So for that, inside the pages, where is pages? Inside the pages here, I'm going to create a new folder named as Pokemon pages, and inside of that I'm going to create description.tsx rfce. Then I am going to create a location.tsx, I think. Location.tsx rfce. Then new file, and this is going to be evolution.tsx rfce. Then the last one is going to be capable moves.tsx, again rfce. That's it. Now let's head over to pokemon.tsx. Not pokemon.tsx, I think we need to go to app slice to set the route app slice, and inside app slice we will go to app initial state, and here we'll add a new value. Current Pokemon tab is going to be string. That's it. And inside the app slice, current Pokemon tab is going to be I think one of the constants value, which is Pokemon tabs dot description. Yeah, that's it. And now we'll also from here have a reducer set Pokemon tab, which is going to have state and action. Now state dot user info, no, state dot Pokemon tab is equals to action dot payload. Also we have to export this from here, set Pokemon tab, and now let's head over to pokemon.tsx. And in here, instead of this, we'll have the conditionals. Like first, let's check the current Pokemon tab. Also, yeah, we need to grab the current Pokemon tab from use app selector. Const current Pokemon tab is going to be use app selector destructured app and return app. Now let's check current Pokemon tab triple equals to Pokemon tabs dot description. If it is correct, then we want to render the description component. That's it. Now I'm going to copy this 3 times and change the things accordingly. This is going to be evolution, and if it is evolution, we need the evolution component. Now this is going to be moves, and if it is move, then we need the capable moves. And after this, locations, then location, not location, this one. Yeah, that's it. Let's check it out here. So we have the description, When we head over to evolution, okay, we also have to use the use navigate in the footer. So let's head over to footer, and on click not use navigate, we have to dispatch the state. So for that we have the dispatch, and what we will do here is dispatch set current set Pokemon tab, and this is going to be route.name, I think, route.name, and let's check it out. When I select evolution, yeah, that is changing. Evolution catching, so we have location, capable moves, in description. Now let's add the active class, and for that I am going to get over to Pokemon, and I'm going to copy this current Pokemon tab, copy, head over to footer, and in here after dispatch this, and also import use app selector. Now inside the route, this is going to be dynamic, and we'll check if current Pokemon tab triple equals to route dot name. If it is correct, then we want to pass the active class, or else we'll pass an empty string. So yeah, the active tab is working. So we are changing the tabs now, and we have the different pages here. So now let's develop the evolution page, then we'll do the catching page, and then capable moves, and then the description page at the last. So let's do that. So now let's head over to evolution.tsx. In here we don't have to do much. We'll just reuse the Pokemon card grid component, but first let's do certain things. So first we'll have a const dispatch is equals to use app dispatch. Then we'll need a state for maintaining if the APIs are loaded or not. So for that I'm going to use state snippet. So this is going to be is loaded, set is loaded, and use state again. Initially this would be false. Now we have to import the use state and use effect hook, use state and use effect hook. Now let's use them. So use effect, we want to run it once, and we'll run it when the dispatch method is available, and we also need the Pokemon current Pokemon. So we haven't set that in the state, I think, inside the Pokemon.tsx. Did we set that? Set Pokemon? No, we are just consoling it. So we have to set it. So we'll just head over to Pokemon slice, and current Pokemon is going to be undefined first, and let's define the type of the current Pokemon. So let's head over to types.ts, and in here current Pokemon, what name did we give that? Current Pokemon. Let's copy this and paste it here. Current Pokemon, yeah, it's perfect. And the type would be current Pokemon type, or else it would be undefined. So we have to define the interface of current Pokemon. So we are going to use export interface current Pokemon type, and in here goes the ID as number, then name as string, then we'll use types as Pokemon type interface, yeah, and image would be string, image would be string, then we have stats as Pokemon stats, Pokemon stat, not stat. We have to use stats type. Did we define that? Yeah, we have that name and value. Then we have encounters, which is going to be string array. Then we will have evolution, which is going to be level as the number, and Pokemon, and this is going to be name string, URL string. That's it. Now we have Pokemon abilities, which is going to be object of abilities, which is of string array, and moves, which is again of string array. That's it. Now let's head over to Pokemon slice, and in here we'll add set current Pokemon as state, not stat, state and action. This is going to be an arrow function, and state dot current Pokemon. So maybe state dot current Pokemon. That's not showing. Why is that? Let me see this, and oh, we have to pass. No, that should work. Okay, I've added this current Pokemon type inside app slice, I think. So this should be inside the Pokemon type initial state. That's it. Now let's head over to Pokemon slice. We have this here, and state dot current Pokemon is equals to action dot payload. That's it. And let's export this. Set current Pokemon, and let's head over to Pokemon.psx, and instead of this console, we are going to replace this with dispatch method. Dispatch, and this is going to be set current Pokemon. We will just add this here. That's it. We also have to add dispatch here. That's it. Now let's head over to evolution and get the current Pokemon. Const current Pokemon is equals to use app selector. We need the Pokemon and return the Pokemon. That's it. Now let's check for current Pokemon, and when we have the current Pokemon, what we are going to do is evolution and create a fetch data function. Fetch data is equals to async, and call that fetch data. And now in here what I'm gonna do is const Pokemons equals to Pokemon data, not Pokemon data. This is going to be current Pokemon dot map, not current Pokemon, current Pokemon dot evolution dot map. What is the error? Map does not exist on type. Okay, so inside the types.ts, inside this evolution, this is going to be an array. Pokemon abilities, yeah, that's going to be an array. And now head over to evolution.tsx, and in here we need the destructure the Pokemon. And what I'm going to do is I am going to just return this Pokemon, so I don't need that curly braces. That's it. Now we have the Pokemons, and what I'm going to do is await dispatch and get Pokemon's data and pass in the Pokemons, evolution Pokemons. And what is this? Argument of type name URL is not assignable to generic Pokemon type. Pokemon says name URL are undefined. Okay, this is not going to be undefined. We know for sure. And after this, we'll set is loaded to true. And now first we'll check if is loaded is true, and then we'll have Pokemon card grid and pass in the Pokemons as random Pokemons, and random Pokemons would be from inside this use app selector. So random Pokemons. Okay, this is again not going to be undefined. That's it. And class name would be the page, and let's head over to base.scss. In here I'm going to add a class page and give it a height of 100% and a width of 100%, and let's go to our UI and head over to evolution, and we have the evolution data. So let's head over to one of this Pokemon. Yeah, we are into 3, and I think whenever we click on any of this Pokemon, we want to change the route. So let's do that. Let's head over to Pokemon card grid, and where we have the onClick function, navigate data.id, and we will also dispatch a method dispatch set Pokemon type. So dispatch of set Pokemon tab as Pokemon tabs dot description, and after this we'll again dispatch set current Pokemon as undefined, because we need to reload the data of the Pokemon that we are clicking. So I'm going to click on Venusaur, and we are here, and the data would be reloaded. We'll head over to evolution, Ivysaur. Now that's working. Let's head over here. Evolution, yeah, that's working. Now let's add this to compare and compare. Yeah, that's working too. Okay, let's add this to our list. Ivysaur and Venusaur added to your collection. My list, Ivysaur and Venusaur. Let's delete Ivysaur and Venusaur. Pokemon, add. Let's head over there again. That's working. So evolution page is completely working now. Now we have to do is catching and keepable pages. So for catching, let's head over to locations.tsx, and in here I'm gonna get the Pokemon data and current Pokemon. this is going to be pretty simple. So const Pokemon data is use app selector, and inside of this Pokemon current Pokemon so we have the Pokemon data, and after this let's give this a class name of Pokemon locations. This is going to be UL, and class name Pokemon locations list. Then I'm gonna map Pokemon data dot map, not Pokemon data dot encounters dot map, and then have encounter which is of type string, and return an li. The key would be the encounter value, and class name would be Pokemon location, and this is going to be encounter. That's it. Now let's head over to catching. We have the different locations here, so all that is left is to style this component. So let's head over to pages and add a new page which is going to be location.scss, and inside the index.scss I am going to import location.scss. Now I'm going to shrink this so that you can see, and head over to locations.scss. So in here first we have Pokemon dash locations, which is going to have width of 100% and a height of 100%. Then we have Pokemon locations list is list style type of none. Then we'll give it a color of white for now, color of white. Then what should we do? We'll give it a display of grid template columns of repeat 4 and 1 apart, grid auto rows property with 150 pixels, and after this we'll have gap of 1 rem. We'll give it a padding of 1 rem. We will also give it a width of 100%, and after that when it overflows we want to give it a scroll property and give it a height of 100%. After this we have the Pokemon location, Pokemon dash location, which is going to have height of 100%, then a padding of 2 rem. Font size would be extra large. After that we will give it a background color of RGBA 255, and this is going to be 0.125, not just 0.125. That's it. And after this we'll give it a border radius of 1 rem. Also box shadow, I don't think box shadow is required. I'll just give it a display of flex, justify content center, and align items center. Let's look great, and let's give it a cursor of pointer. And now let's head over to here. We also have to create this Pokemons here first. Whenever the route changes we have to dispatch to clear the Pokemons. Let's head over to this, head over to catching, we need some more data. So let's have this Pokemon. There's nothing for catching. Let's loot no catching information. Okay, it's there. It was being loaded. Okay, we have to grab a common Pokemon. Let's have this Polybag catching. Yeah. And this is not scrollable. We gave overflow vibe of scroll width of 100%. Let me check a minute. Still not scrollable. Why is that? Let's give this a height of 10 rem first. And let's see the scroll bar appears. Yeah, it is appearing. So the parent component meets the height, I think. Let's give this a 80 viewport height. I think if that would work. Yeah, that's working. 80 viewport height, because this is 80 viewport height container. This is 10 viewport, this is 10 viewport, and this is 80 viewport height. So yeah, that's working. Now we'll head over to Pokemon and we need the capable moves page. So let's head over to capable moves, and here we are going to do some simple things. And let's head over to locations.tsx, and I'm going to copy this div. I think let's copy this whole component, paste it here, and change this to this f2 capable moves. That's it. Now this Pokemon locations can be capable moves. So I'm just going to select this Pokemon location, and this is going to be capable dash moves. This is list, and again after this div we have an h1 of we have single action h1 with a class name of capable moves, and this is going to be title, and here goes the abilities, and inside the UI this is going to have the class name of move, and instead of encounters we'll have the Pokemon abilities dot abilities, and we'll also give this the ability class name. This is going to be ability. That's it. Now let's copy this and again paste this. This time this is going to be moves, and this is going to be moves, ability moves, move, sorry. That's it. Inspect, console, capable moves, and in here What is the error? Cannot read properties of undefined reading map. So inside of this Pokemon abilities dot abilities. Let's do this again. Refresh. Let's head over to capable moves. Capable moves dot tsx inside 11. Let's see if we have abilities, then only we have to map. Let's do the same for this. Did I make the spelling mistake again? Yeah, I made the spelling mistake again. Abilities did not exist. Abilities. Let's check it again. Capable move. Okay, abilities is not coming because I think I have messed with the spelling names again. So I'll head over to Pokemon, not Pokemon, I'll head over to types.ps, current Pokemon type, Pokemon abilities, and let me copy the spelling again. Yeah, that should work now. Capable moves dot abilities, and we have the abilities now. Now let's head over to location.scss, and I'm gonna copy this code inside the pages. I'm gonna create a new pages which is moves.scss. Paste it here. Now I'm gonna head over to index.scss and copy this. This is going to be moves. Head over to moves and to select this, and this is going to be capable moves. That's it. Let's check it here. This is there, and instead of this Pokemon location, this is going to be the move. We have that here, and this is going to have overflow y of scroll. And did I make a mistake here? Let me check. Where is the move section? Let's head over here. It is down here. So capable moves list style type none, blurred, for 1FR, 150 cap, padding, width, overflow y of scroll, and the height. Let's remove the height. Yeah, it's here. Overflow y of scroll. Let's give this a height of 80 viewport height. Yeah, that's great. Now let's style this title, remove this, and before capable moves list, we are going to add the new class capable moves dash title, and title This is going to have color of white, text transform of uppercase, padding of 1 rem, letter spacing of 0.1 rem. That's it. And after all of this, we'll check for ability class, ability, and inside of that we want to select the move, and we'll give that a background color of where accent color. That's it. No, we just wanted to give dot ability. Did I give inside the capable? Okay, I have to remove that from here. Yeah, that's looking great. And here we have abilities and we have this color here. That's it. For catching page, evolution page, and capable moves page is done. So only thing left is to have this description page, a main page. So let's do that. So now let's head over to our code base, and inside the description.tsx we are going to create some new components. Let's close this assets, and inside the components we'll create a Pokemon container.tsx rfce, and we'll create an info.tsx rfce again. Now inside description, let's head over to location.tsx and grab the Pokemon data. Let's head over to description.tsx, paste it here, import the use app selector, and now inside of here I'm gonna call the Pokemon container. That's it. Let's head over to Pokemon container. Oh, make sure that you pass the image element here. Image is equals to Pokemon data dot image. Let's head over to Pokemon container. Okay, this is Pokemon container, and over there this is going to be receiving an image prop which is n type of string. That's it. Now inside of this we'll give some class name. Class name is equals to circle container. Then we have outer circle dot outer circle. Inside of outer circle we have the inner circle. Inside of inner circle there goes our image Pokemon. After this div we have another div with lines. Inside this lines we have another with line dot line 1. Then we have line and dot line 2. This is line dash 2. That's it. So this is our markup, and now we have to style this. For that, let's head over to SCSS and inside components create Pokemon underscore container dot SCSS container dot SCSS, and inside index.css import container Pokemon container this, and let's head over to Pokemon container and give me a minute. Okay, so here I am going to be, hey, let's head over to description. We need to save that file. Okay, this is not going to be undefined, save it. And let's head over to Pokemon container, head over to our app. We have the image here. Let's style this. And first let's have circle dash container, display of flex, margin top of 3 rem. I will also give it a background color of red so you can see where we are styling what. Then we'll have the outer circle. First I'm going to give it a background color of orange. That's not visible yet, so we'll give it a display of flex, justify content of center, align items of center, and give it a height of 24 rem and the width of 24 rem as well. Still not visible. Outer circle. Let's head over to Pokemon container and check in the class name, which is outer circle. Spelling's correct, I think. Okay, we had the issue with the spelling name. That's it. Now after this, we'll give it a border radius of 0.2 rem, where accent color and solid. The color would be at last, I think. Now border radius would be 50 rem, and then let's give this a position of relative. After that, let's select the inner circle and let's give this a background color of green, and then we'll give this a height of 20 rem, a width of 20 rem as well. Border would be 0.3 rem, so border 0.3 rem solid, where accent color. After this, what I'm going to do is, give me a minute, this is not border radius, this is going to be border. So yeah, we have the border on the orange circle as well. After this, I'm going to give this a border radius of 40 rem, again a circle. Now after this, I'm going to give it a display of flex, justify content center, align items of center, and select the image inside it. Give it a max inline size property of 100%. Give it a block size of auto. After that, let's give this a z index of 100 and height of 17 rem. That's it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the colors, this color, and this color. Save it, and this should be in the center, I think. So justify content center. That's it, it's in center. Now after this, we have the lines, and for that what I'm going to do is display of flex, gap of 3 rem, and the position of absolute. Now let's select the line 1, not line 1, let's select the line only, line, give it a height of 28 rem, width of 28 rem, and the background color of where accent color. Now there are the lines. Now let's transform this, transform, rotate, and this is going to be 45 degree. And now the width would be only 0.3 rem. 0.3 rem. That's it. So these are the lines. So yeah, this component is complete. You can check it. Yeah, this is complete. And let's grab some another Pokemon. Let it load. Inspect, network, console. I think I need to reload. Also, we have to clear these Pokemons. The requests are failing. Okay, there seems to have internet connection issue. Reload this, and yeah, let's head over this. Okay, the image is now loaded. So we have to also create a loader component, so everything loads, then only we want to render this component. So we'll do that at the end, fixing the bugs. Then let's have the battle stats here, the name and the battle stats and everything this. So for that, let's head over to info.tsx. info.tsx, and what I'm going to do is, this is pretty simple. I'm going to have this on the GitHub snippet, and you can just copy paste the code of the info of the CSS and this, because the length of the tutorial has exceeded, and that can generate an issue with the YouTube. And also we also have to do the hosting stuff. So this info component is pretty simple, so I'm just gonna have that from my GitHub. Give me a minute. Okay, so I'm inside my GitHub gist, and after this data.tsx file, I've added two more files. So this is the info.scss. We are going to copy this info.scss and Control B, head over to components, and this is going to be underscore info.scss, paste it here, the SCSS code, and inside index.scss import, this should be info. That's it. And now let's have it over to info.tsx, and after this we have the info.tsx component. We are going to copy this and paste it here. That's it. Let's head over to here. Okay, so there are some issues, we need to resolve that first. Okay, so let's resolve this issue. VG color. So let's head over to info.scss, background. I'm going to remove this. Reload this. We still have this error. Let's find where this is coming from. Okay, we don't need this. Okay, Pokemon types is not found in utils. Let's head over to utils. I think we should head over to info and Pokemon types. This is going to be from Pokemon. This is get Pokemon types. Now that's it. Filters has the Pokemon tabs, but this is constant C capital and this is E capital. That's it. Now evolution does not exist on data, so evolution and ID, image, name, Pokemon ability, stats, types. No, that's right, it doesn't exist. Let's have for now this. We'll do one thing, at ts ignore. That doesn't work. So this is evolution level does not exist on current Pokemon type. Let's head over to types, and we don't have the evolution level here. Evolution level is going to be unnumbered. That's it. Head over to info. Okay, so this is working now. I'll just show you the changes that are made. So first, inside the info.scss, we instead of deleting this linear gradient, we just pasted this background color here, and at the end here. That's it. And after that, we added inside the app.scss, we have this dot content, and inside that we added this position relative. And after that, if we head over to the info.tsx, head over to description.tsx, we change the component like this. First we checked if there is Pokemon data, then we want to return the info and Pokemon container. So yeah, that's it. It's working. That's it. So without wasting further time, let's get started to host this website because it may take time. Yeah, that's working. So now let's start to host this website on Netlify. So now let's head over to our code base, and we have some problems that needs to be fixed. So let's head over to app.tsx. We have to fix these issues before hosting, or else that would fail wrapper. And let's head over to add Pokemon to list and remove this as well. Now I'm gonna yarn build, let this application to be built, and while this is building, I'm going to add a dependency. So that is yarn add Netlify CLI -g. Wait for this CLI to be installed, and while this is being installed, you should log into netlify.com and log in from here. I've already logged in. That's it. Now wait for this build and CLI. I'll just pause the video. Okay, so the build is complete and this is also complete. So what I'm going to do is npx and npx deploy -- prod. I am going to create and configure a new site. Yes, Kishan Shades team. Site name would be Pokedex Kishan. That's it. And we need /build. Enter. wait for the assets to be deployed. I'm going to pause the video while this is being done. Okay, so the deployment is complete, and now when I will click over this URL, open, and that would open the our application. Yeah, so that's working. Also, I think we have to make changes in the Firebase, so we have to add this domain there. So let's click over this Pokemon. Look, that's working. Evolution, this is also working. Now when we head over to my list and try to log in, that would give us an error of Firebase error. So let's copy this, only this route, and I'm going to head over to my Firebase. So this is my Firebase, agree and continue. I'm going to head over to this Pokedex project. Okay, I don't want to delete this. Let's just head over to console.firebase.google.com, this project, and from here in the authentication, head over to settings and authorize domain, add the domain, paste, add, and that's it. We can now log in. Let's refresh the page. Oh, that won't work. List, my list, login with Google. Yeah, that is working now. We can also delete the Pokemon and saw it has been deleted. Add the Pokemon. Yeah, that's working. So yeah, that's the tutorial for Pokedex. If you like this tutorial, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. It would help me a lot. See you next time.